Good evening, everyone, or late afternoon if you're on the Pacific Coast, as I am. Welcome to the Low Budget LCS playoffs of the CEO League. Today we have a wonderful match for you. I am joined by someone who I'm surely going to butcher their name, Jurith. Jurith.
Very close. Popoba.
Oh, that is the first time anyone has gotten my name right off rip. There you go. That's better. We've got someone you know coming in, doing Little Robot Man's job for him. LeChance does, in fact, lick toes, hitting us with the Tier 1 sub. Been here for 71 months. You know what it is. Someone you know, my auditory clone, for those of you who are aware. You know what you're going to do. Go to the Denny's in Vermont, talk to our buddy Todd. Pancakes are on us. Waffles as well.
Steve that baker. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's here. It is here.
What's going on with that, Popoba? I don't see any waffle batter leaking out of the sides of that beautiful Cuisinart.
Yeah, so it's empty right now. I haven't even made the batter yet. If folks want batter to be made, they'll have to pony up for the waffles, and then I will make the batter between games 1 and 2. But I don't want to waste eggs in this economy. But in any case, we have bands coming out here, and we've been looking back a little bit at the last time these two teams clashed. So I'm looking to see if there's any bands in there from the last series. I am seeing Hue being banned up, and the Morgana being the instant pickup here, probably for the Good Samaritan. They had a quite good showing on it the last time these two teams went head-to-head. But it could be a flex.
Could be a flex. Morgana is in just a really great state in the meta. You can run it mid, you can run it jungle. Every once in a while, why not run it as support? What a concept. It's a great pickup and something that will have to inspire a little bit of thought and planning from the CEOs. Or those, rather, who are surely not CEOs.
Surely not CEOs, yes. Surely not CEOs. A number of players that I recognize, particularly for me in association with the Team Fried Chicken organization. Names you'll know such as Terry, Zohair, Gran Torino, Solbert, who I all know. I'm not sure who Connectology is. They may be someone I've run across before, but have since name changed. I ran into that with Strix recently, a fair amount. We do have Jarvan Caitlyn, so a lot of making sure you are locked down, can't move here, coming out from Surely Not CEO.
Yeah, and a nice balance of go in and stay away, right? We have Jarvan, who is never afraid to jump on your face and try to pound you into the ground, while Caitlyn stands at a long distance, sniping you with headshots and trying to trap your feet with those disgusting little traps. I also want to point out quickly, Popoba, that Mel Medarda was banned. That was a really interesting ban because the Good Samaritan Mel was a really frightening Mel. In Game 2, the last time these two teams met during the regular season, went 11-6, really kind of controlled their lane against Grant Areno's Akshan. So I'm not surprised to see what could be considered a double ban coming toward the mid lane of the new league squad.
Yeah, 100%. I think absolutely for both of these teams, mid lane is going to be a matchup to watch. That has seemed to be very high kill in previous matches. That seems to be kind of a bellwether for which direction this match may head. So, yeah, good utilization of the bans there. Well, we might even see more in the second half. If you're saying that Morgana could be a jungle, probably going to be a mid lane. I also do want to mention, I love the Poppy pickup here. Poppy is the canonical Jarvan, the fourth counter. So you can slam it top, you can slam it jungle. Heck, you could probably even make it work in the support lane. But yeah, solid pickup here for the new league team, as supports are going to be targeted, and then on the other side, new league team going to be banning out the top laner, Terry, here for Surely Not CEO. Terry gave them a significant amount of trouble the last time they met up. Playing both the Scion, which is still up, and then the Olaf in one of the games. And Olaf is just one of those champs, you know?
Olaf is one of those champs, a champion in the game League of Legends, and very, very tough to deal with if
Oh,
you're trying to play any CC comp.
they gonna lock it? We saw this the last time they met up as well. 13-3-5 was the ending scoreline for Zohair here, and they are going to go ahead and lock that one in.
Fearsome selection from Surely Not. Gwen, so many different ways to punish you. Can split lane, can join team fights with those big, long, needle-like scissors. An incredible farm monster, and of course can be difficult to gank, especially if that shroud is available.
Yeah, could be going up to the top lane here. Is a flex to leave for the last pick. I feel like they're giving it to Zohair. Probably though, given the previous performance. But I suppose Terry has also been a big performer here for the squad, so could be that they're also saying like, oh, you had a turn, you had a Gwen carry. Now we're going to give it up top. Probably going to be the support pick.
Are you suggesting, Popoba, that J4 could be in the top lane while Gwen roams the jungle?
That's a great point that my brain was not fully realizing that it was making.
I was ready to be inspired by your creativity and vision you're seeing around corners the rest of us haven't even approached.
Is this Gwen mid? Is that what's happening here?
Is it Gwen support and bards in the jungle? I don't know, Popoba. This is why these guys are the masters. It's why they're playing in one of the highest level games that the LBLCS has to offer. They're number 2 and 3 in the CEO League. They are cooking up something spicy, and I can't wait to eat every bite.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty delicious right here. I think I'm gonna have to wait to go ahead and leave up that predictions. I am surrounded in all times by Renekton mains, so I do love the Renekton pickup here from New League team. I think they have a very solid composition, a little bit pick-oriented, but I love a Jinx carry from behind, especially as one of their better performing players the last times this series went up. I love a Renekton pick. Lots of solo target. However, for Surely Not CEO, I do think we're going to be a little bit surprised in terms of where everything is going. Okay, I have news from the chat for everyone. So if you're wanting to bet on this game, make sure you listen. What is happening here is Scion is going top lane. Gwen is going into the jungle. Jarvan the Fourth is going to the mid lane.
Say less.
And Caitlyn and Bard are going in the bot lane. So this is going to be a J4 versus Morgana mid lane. Do you have any insight as to whether J4 is a Morgana mid counter?
Yes, Popoba. It's a matchup we're all so familiar with. It comes through almost every series, so I have lots of insight into that. No, of course I don't. That's a mad suggestion you're making. How could you possibly conceive of such a thing? I'm going to go in a slightly different direction, Popoba. I'm going to stay, look, J4's in the jungle. Come on, please. Like, this has to be what's coming out. Surely, right? They can't possibly be thinking that far ahead. Gwen, I think, was a bit of a bait. I think they want you to think that Gwen is going top, but instead Gwen is going to be in the mid lane. While that big zombie pushes top. Or I'll correct myself and go the other way and say it's the Gwen bait to make Renekton think Gwen's the top lane matchup, and instead Gwen's in the mid and Scion's top. Is that what I said the first time? I don't know, Popoba. I'm so confused. This draft has me completely spinning. I can't imagine what Surely Not CEO is cooking up here. I think I know what New League team is doing, but we're just going to have to wait till we hit the Rift to find out.
Yeah. Well, I did get confirmation from one of the team captains that Jarvan is, and actually I can move us now I've pulled out the deep technology and managed to get the client view here, so you all can see the order in which these champions have been picked, and that is in fact going to be Jarvan the Fourth's ability in the mid lane. I'm currently looking through statistics to see if I can find any Morgana versus Jarvan stats. I don't know if does anyone have a site to look for specific stats?
Well, on op.gg, you can, of course, select champion counters and matchups, but the problem is, on that site, the champion has to be regularly played in a lane to reflect the counters of that lane. Well, J4 shows 100% jungle selection on op.gg. It's simply, I don't want to say unprecedented, but very unusual at the absolute minimum. So you gotta believe that surely not CEO has something very specific in mind here. We must have a scrim tested comp or some other inside information that the CEOs are trading on in their effort to pull off what would have to be a surprising, a somewhat shocking, a deeply unsettling game one snap trap on the new league team.
Yeah, I am going to get those predictions out of there, and I do have a couple more things to touch on, including 19 Steps saying they're a Popoba lover. Well, I'm a 19 Steps lover, and an 18 Steps, and a 20 Steps lover. Thank you so much for hitting us with the Prime. You know what you're going to do. You're going to go to the Denny's in Vermont, talk to our buddy Todd. This is, in fact, a fearless best of 5 here in the CEO playoffs. I am selling my soul to the low budget LCS for the next, 16 hours, as I am also, if you're here, planning on streaming a match tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. Pacific, 10:30 a.m. Eastern. That is also going to be a BO5. So look forward to... Or that one might be a BO3. I kind of hope that one's a BO3. If it's a BO5, I might not be able to make it the whole time. But yes, that one is also hopefully going to be an absolute banger. As please put Schmeckle betting. Actually, you know what? If you're in chat and you're listening to me and you care about me, can someone go into community and just tell people that there's a J4 mid happening right now?
Call everybody. Call your friends. Call your mom. Call your next door neighbor. I mean, get everyone in here because we are about to witness something that is perhaps unprecedented. A competitive team with high stakes on the line, a trip to the second round to take on the number one squad here in the CEO LBLCS. The Hunters Association awaits the winner of this matchup. And what an incredible power move. I think you have to call it a power move, Popoba, to
Yeah.
go game one, Jarvan 4 mid for what could be an incredibly important accelerator or decelerator game one in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, and I do have some specific statistics here I was able to use. Thank you to Mobilytics, who have the matchup in the mid lane stats. Based on the 17 times this matchup has been played this season, with all regions being Emerald Plus. I wonder what happens if I raise that rank a little, given, where we're at. But Jarvan has a 35% win rate into Morgana here in the mid lane across those 17 games. Now, that might sound not great. However, there are some interesting sub-statistics that I do want to get into. Jarvan gets level 2, which is a big breakpoint for Jarvan, 60% of the time before Morgana does, which is potentially beneficial. Averages a much higher gold difference at 15, despite typically being down XP in CS, which would indicate to me that what we're probably looking for is we are looking for a Jarvan to push the wave and move. So I expect what we're going to see is a fair amount of pushing out that mid wave, and then going to look to assist on the sides for your Caitlyn, for your Sion, more probably moving with the Gwen. I think that is going to be sort of the main target here, is going to be getting Zohair on that Gwen fed. Because the last time they met up, that was the win condition.
Surely right, Popoba. I mean, it makes a lot of sense that Jarvan would potentially have some early fight potential against Morgana. Maybe we'll see a quick pass through the mid lane by the Gwen after picking up a few camps. Maybe try to put that sorceress deeply behind so Jarvan can have some priority to move around the map and make some plays. I also want to point out we haven't talked about any other lane because we're so befuddled and shocked by the J4 mid pick, but I want to note the bot lane a little bit. We have two very different concepts of what's happening in the bot lane. Zoro and Rexy on a pretty traditional and very terrifying late game Rel Jinx combo, where Solbert and Katanology are going to be on the Caitlyn Bard. So you have to wonder, are we going to be able to get the benefit of the Bard speed and roam potential if J4 is moving around the map? Is J4 going to help accelerate that bot lane or that top lane, recognizing that if you can unlock the Bard, get Caitlyn very healthy, very powerful, farming comfortably from long range, you're going to have three very scary champions in Bard, J4, and Gwen moving around the map looking to make plays.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to watch the overall map movements. Always love to watch map movements in CEO, but I think this in particular is going to be a good game for macro enjoyers. Also, the last person who I co-casted with, or when I was streaming co-casted with, is a Wild Terry. Is actually taking a ton of damage there from Balzac. But you do have a caster compliment, so you do have to say something nice about Vsol. As we do have a crash down here, Kinetology gonna take a chunk of damage.
I will give Vsol his compliment in due time. I'm not gonna rush it. Let me cook up something special for him.
Okay.
While we see if these early game trades can turn into something truly momentous.
Yeah. Rel using the crash down aggressively, but Kitology getting the level 2 first. And yeah, Terry going to be in a bad way up here in the top lane. Just walking back to wave. A little bit of a greedy manner level 1 is going to make this hard for our undead boy early here. We do see Grant. Yeah, playing the J4 mid. Someone in chat mentioning that does have the electrocute. Loki Aurora also making an interesting point that they may be using this J4 as a method to pinch someone's jungle pool. So they might be looking at 129 and saying, you know, J4 mid might not be the best thing, but we do have to save picks for a 5-game series. Ooh, Terry gonna be in a little bit of trouble here. Renekton not quite able to get all that damage through. So it could be that this is a pick away as well.
I love the theory crafting. Certainly with a long series, we hope at least a long series ahead of us. Makes sense to maybe limit the options that are going to be available later to 129 on the other side. I just wonder if you're not seeking.
Speaking of 129, flash into the turret, and that is going to be first blood going over the crocodile. Saw that coming from the level 1. Sion going to die. We'll probably be able to use zombie form to pick up the majority of that wave, though, so it won't feel too bad.
Won't feel too bad, but you really have to give a lot of credit to Balzac for taking full advantage of that early level 1 trading, getting absolutely a massive amount of damage off of Wild Terry and making it easy for 129 to show up in the top lane for that early first blood.
Absolutely, and reminding us all that, you know, even if we're not playing AD carry, we can still right click. You know, like are you playing jungle? Are you playing support? You still have a right click button on your mouse.
Auto attacks exist for every champion, Popoba, hard as it is to believe.
Even Yuumi?
Even Yuumi.
Whoa.
Yuumi. In fact, I think it's preferred for Yuumi to get some auto attacks, if I recall.
Yes, I believe that is part of her kit.
That's right. I want to note that the J4 push the lane, win the early matchup against Morgana has not played out exactly like we envisioned. Good Samaritan, this is kind of what
Oh,
I thought would
he's gonna be
happen.
going in. That's a good chunk of damage.
Nice dive there from J4, but I was thinking, Popobo, before we got into the match, I thought, can J4 push the wave against Morgana? I mean, Morgana has that nasty little pull right there that just kind of soaks up the entire wave, also forcing out J4 to use a lot of mana simply to catch the CS, not leaving much for hand-to-hand combat, and that's exactly what we saw in those first two levels. Good Samaritan, not a massive CS lead, but did force out the early back from Grant on J4, and forcing the early teleport. So Morgana's going to have some nice tempo heading into the next phase of this mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Morgana will probably be able to control the overall state of the mid wave. J4 could sacrifice some waves to make that pressure on the map. I am going to be particularly interested here. Drake has spawned very clinical farming coming out here from Zohair, who I wonder if they're streaming and that's why their name is just Gwen. I don't know what's happening there, because everyone else is their names, and then Zohair is just Gwen.
I have been a big fan of the, I don't know if it's new, but it's certainly in vogue, the streamer mode. Whether you stream or not, streamer mode is a fun thing to put on, especially when you're in solo duo queue, because it just minimizes the amount of toxicity, to be quite frank, that you can find out here in this lovely League of Legends community. It's kind of fun. It's definitely intriguing, and I've been a streamer mode enjoyer over the last week or so.
I have not been playing solo queue. I have just been playing ARAM Mayhem.
Well, let's not open that can of worms yet, Popoba. It's so much to say.
If this goes to 5 games,
yes,
I think we can make a good faith argument that the last game should be in Arena Mayhem.
Completely agree. It's like the extra innings with a runner on second in the World Series.
This is so interesting to watch.
Yeah.
The Jarvan all-in does so much damage here. Also, Wild Terry, good credit here for, stabilizing that lane. Is still going to be hurting a little bit for it, but, down about 20 CS or so, 16, and decreasing, but hasn't died again, has been able to get back, and that's a very hard thing to do in top lane. I have not played too much top lane, but from what I understand, a small tip in the balance one way or the other can often be catastrophic to your entire game.
Completely agree, Popova. I do think Sion is a fantastic pick to deal with that that dynamic in the top lane a little more than most. Is still going to be a demonic zombie at the end of the day, who is designed to soak waves and exist. And Wild Terry doing a fantastic job of realizing that Champion Fantasy, keeping that lane in a relatively close state despite that.
This is interesting. Dragon has been started up here by Surely Not CEO, but will be spotted out by a nice pink ward, and pings are going in like they're going to contest it. Red team does take down the dragon, so I don't think we're going to go down there. There's an interesting skirmish happening in the jungle here between J4 and Morgana. J4 manaless does have the flash available, but a nice Q is going to land, and I think that just might be a dead mid laner. Good Samaritan picking up their first kill of the game and bringing new league team ever closer to the feats of warfare.
Well, we haven't talked too much, Popoba, about the particular strengths and general performance of any of these players, but one thing we do know, Good Samaritan has had some absolutely fantastic games for this new league team. Is one of the
flash forward, Balls is going to be going underneath the turret. Doesn't quite get the kill, though. And I realized I just called him Balls, which is arguably worse than his actual name. As we do see one.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, Popoba. If you name yourself Ball Zach, you're gonna get a few ball-related references,
and that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely okay. It's a choice. It's a choice. I respect it. Unfortunate for Ball Zach not to get the kill there. Burned a fair bit. Burned the Dominus. Burned the Flash. Wild Terry recognizing their good fortune to be able to survive that engage, just takes the back, TPs back to the lane, and continues the Scion Soakfest. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we have a real situation developing in that Morgana is now up 23 CS and sitting on a kill, up almost 1,000 gold already over the J for about 800.
Ooh, Zoro might be in a little bit of trouble here, taking quite a bit of damage. Technology going through, it is going to drop that Ignite. Zoro barriering in response. Ultimate coming out here. And actually, Super Mega Death Rocket does a good amount of damage on Catology here. And no one's going to die just yet. Wow. Nice little scrap there. Yes, absolutely. Good Samaritan getting an advantage here in the mid lane. I think that was perhaps somewhat expected with Morgana into Jarvan, if I can say that.
I completely agree, Papa. It's what I thought would happen, at least some early lane pressure. That whole J4 pushes the wave, it gets roam power. I wasn't quite sure how that was going to work. Hasn't happened yet. What I didn't know for sure was whether we'd also see the bodies dropping, and Good Samaritan getting that kill.
Oh, 129 has to be careful here. That's going to be a nice decimating smash. And now has to use the ultimate, but gets stopped up before they can cast it. I think it will come back up shortly, but Needlework going to be utilized, and that's a lot of slows coming down here. Good Samaritan is here. The kill is going to be found, but Gwen found by the Dark Binding, and Good Samaritan picks up the Feats of Warfare for the side of New League team. Now Grant is going to be here as well, and Good Samaritan has utilized that ultimate. Just going to use the Cataclysm off rip to set up for the Decimating Smash, but that's going to be a double kill for Good Samaritan. 3-0 on this Morgana. Flash forward, a Dark Binding, a Puddle of Doom, and Wild Terry is trying to turn around the damage. A good dodge, but gosh, you have to imagine Renekton's going to be able to find a W here, and that's going to be a stun, and that's going to be a Super Mega Death Rocket from across the map. Zoro picking up a donated kill. Oh, and Wild Terry able to get a return shutdown onto the Good Samaritan.
Oh, after an absolutely incredible series of events for Good Samaritan and the New League team, a nice bit of gold going back over to the side of Surely Not CEO. Really excellent pickup by the Zombie Corpse to put that bounty back onto the top laner. Great Super Mega Death Rocket from Zoro, getting some gold moving into that bot lane as well.
Grant just barely does not dodge and is going to be slammed into a wall. That's a ton of CC. Dodges the Magnet Storm. Nicely done. We'll be able to stay alive.
Nice escape there from Grant. I do think we just had a really tremendous roam from mid on Good Samaritan, showing why that early gold and pressure from Morgana is going to be so important as we move into the middle portion of this game. Morgana is going to have a lot of agency to look around the map and make things happen. Running now, though, into the bar. Nope, nothing going to transpire there. So a whole lot of action here in the last couple minutes, Popoba. Exactly what we want to see in this incredibly important game one of this CEO matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Tons of action. Not quite in a certified banger, though. I don't know. Are you familiar with the certified banger metrics and terminology?
What are the criteria, Popoba? Educate me and the stands.
Yeah, so it's quite simple. The metrics for a certified banger is you need to be at 1 kill per minute, right?
Whoa.
So I would say more often than not, casting low-budget LCS matches, we hit that metric.
I would imagine that's true, Popoba, of a lot of the levels of this tremendous league, but I would have been a little surprised and somewhat concerned if these, CEO level players, we have Emeralds to Diamonds to Masters level players, were being so aggressive, so reckless, so heedless of the implications to be getting 1 kill a minute. I'm going to grade it on a curve, and I'm going to say we are approaching CEO certified banger status, especially as we have another fight in the river.
Yeah, lots of pings coming out here around this Drake as Wild Terry taking Balzac incredibly low. Gwen taking a lot of damage here. Gwen not tanky enough yet to really do a lot of the fighting I think the team wants to do. They are going to start up that Drake as they have a line of traps available, but 129 has that ultimate, is going to start channeling in, and looks like the target is going to be barred, and now slammed into the wall, absolutely one-shot. Grant goes down, Magnet Storm coming through, Super Mega Death Rocket, it's going to land onto Solbert, and it's absolute mayhem, it's absolute chaos. They get the dragon, but surely Solbert, trying to live, is going to get stunned up, is going to get thrown into the turret. Double kill for Zoro, and things are coming up New League team. They're not quite getting the neutral objectives, but they sure are getting the gold. Oh, a beautiful Dark Binding there from the Good Samaritan. A nice crash down, and Poppy coming through. The amount of crowd control that is coming out from this squad is insane.
The crowd control is insane. The follow-up damage is insane. The coordination is absolutely insane. And it's a near total victory for the new league team around this second dragon. The only blemish being the failure to actually cap the dragon itself. But the price is paid heavily by Surely Not CEO, giving over a tremendous amount of gold, giving over the tower in the bot lane, giving over their blue buff, and giving over 4 kills, showing us a 9-2, almost 5K advantage to the new league team here at 15 minutes, Popoba. I don't have the charts in front of me, but I assure you the win rates are quite good when you are up 5,000 gold at 15 minutes. Now let's see, can Surely CEO slow things down, find the right concept, get a couple things going in their direction, and stabilize what right now is a big snowball rolling down the hill for the new league team.
Yeah, absolutely. It is looking pretty sketchy here. 4K gold lead is nothing to sniff at. As we are going to see, Renekton might be in a little trouble. Is going to get stunned up against the wall here. Decimating Smash will find the knock-up. Ignite going to go down underneath the turret, and that will be a 566 gold shutdown over to a Wild Terry, who has been quietly accumulating quite a bit of money up here in the top side.
All those concerns about Wild Terry dying in the first blood and not having an opportunity to hold on to their lane are gone.
Oh, mid lane matchup in the jungle, but Good Samaritan's going to be 2 levels up here. Grant is going to be found by this. Ooh, nice flash over the wall. Able
avoiding
to
the
get out.
final cast of the binding from Morgana. But right now, if you're a new or a Surely Not CEO fan, Wild Terry is your hope, is your potential savior. A big zombie is going to be
Oh my
roaming.
god. That W damage from Morgana is
Terrifying.
really, really scary. The only saving grace right now for the side of Surely Not CEO is that Morgana is pushing out that bottom lane and not up here to participate in any kind of skirmish, so they are going to be able to pick up that Rift Herald. Will give them some objective pressure later on in the game. So that will be nice.
Yeah, new league team electing to conserve the Morgana teleport. I'm not sure about that. I think they could have contested that Rift Herald, but I can't fault them for making a safe, long-term investment in having options in the next team fight. You really do have a whole lot of things going very right for the new league team right now. You have a few things going well for the Surely Not CEOs. Picking up that Rift Herald definitely feels good. I believe that secured them objective feats with the 2 dragons, and they're in a position to, you know, just kind of play out the next few minutes carefully, wait for the next dragon to spawn, which the timer suggests will be in the next minute 20 seconds. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to contest it without a pick. Let's see if they're able to find something to get them into that bot river as the dragon comes on back on the river.
Yeah, I'm specifically watching to see as the gold should be coming out here for Gwen. Is really, I think, where a lot of the damage is going to come from until we get towards that more late-game Caitlyn. Or, actually, a Wild Terry should do a fair amount of damage here. Lots of damage, speaking of it, on Catology here on the Bard. Forced to utilize that flash and now going over, but Reich sees... Oh, Dark Binding from downtown, and now Gwen, looking at the damage on a Good Samaritan, actually finds quite a bit. Here comes the Cataclysm, and it's going to go through. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to be landing, but Gwen will find a double kill, and Grant now is going to be in some trouble. Does do a lot of damage on this Jarvan, but doesn't have enough friends to make it happen. That is going to be a net positive skirmish here for new league team.
Yeah, a little bit of a misstep, I think, by Technology. Technology getting caught while searching for vision. Unfortunately, going to have to be a little restrained here because the map control is absolutely on the side of new league team. Their ability to respond to movement, their vision control are going to give them a lot of advantages. And right now, it's giving them their first dragon.
Yeah. Ocean Drake gonna be on the menu here for the new league team, whose logo reminds me of another team's logo in the best possible way. I'm trying to place which team it is. Can't remember. they're solid though. They all have like hand-drawn portraits of like their titular champions, and I think the Salmon was on it. I don't know why the name is escaping me right now. In any case, we got pretty significant gold leads here across the board for the members of the new league team. It's going to be 2,000 plus just for Good Samaritan there in the mid lane. Someone in chat want to tell me if Morgana has any weaknesses mid, or if this is just a demon that they're saying. The Colony, thank you, Loki. Yes, reminds me of the Colony. As Solbert looking to do some damage, Grant looking to run away. They are going to go ahead and use this Rift Herald to take down the mid turret. So they might be looking for a knockup. They do find a knockup on a 129. Lots of damage coming through here from the Gwen. Good stasis going to be found from the Tempered Fate, and that is going to be 129 getting taken out. So breaking Death Rocket, though, taking Gwen incredibly low. Gwen is going to die, and Zoro will get excited. It is just going to be a 1-for-1, and honestly, if you're behind, you take that.
Well, it's 1-for-1 plus a tower, so you absolutely take that, Popova. It's those kind of little margins that you need to scrap and claw your way back into the game. And if you look at the gold, it's now down to about a 1.8k, 1.7k gold lead, which is a dramatic improvement over that slightly disastrous fight over the second dragon about 6 minutes ago. So credit to Surely Not CEO for finding their opportunities, keeping the game relatively slow, keeping it in hand. Look at that Wild Terry. That Wild Terry is doing big work up there in the top lane, knocking down the tower, continuing to farm virtually uncontested, and I imagine is going to get shifted now. Yes, looks like heading toward the bot lane to match that big old Balzac crocodile.
Yeah, going down there into the bottom lane. He's just going to be continually soaking up that side lane pressure. Very well itemized to deal with attack damage here right now, having both the Thorn Mail and the, what is it called? Warden's Mail. Lots of armor here. Obviously, on the other side, there is a Cleaver that's going to be able to get through some of that. But yeah, I do kind of want to see Wild Terry in a nice big team fight. I'm hoping we can see, you know, more items coming out here for the side of SNC. But overall, obviously, that is on the back of very good play from New League team, who are looking to be clean and clinical, close this one out, put themselves up one here in this potentially 5-game series. After being shut out by the side of Surely Not CEO in the regular season.
Yeah, no question. What a statement that would be, and what a confidence-boosting win it would be for the New League team, as you say, after going down 2-0 in the regular season matchup between these squads. Let's never, for a moment, forget that this is the number 2 team in SMC and the number 3 team in the regular season in the New League team. These are serious players. They have very comparable records. They know what they're doing, and a lot of control being displayed, as we saw that warding going on around the Otacon on the top side. A really very interesting objective that I think many people still have not quite figured out how to deal with yet. And clearly one of the big risks at Otacon is attempting to do anything with it while the other team remains at full strength. And so I like both teams just being very controlled, looking for wards, not letting the other team get on it or do anything cheeky, but not overcommitting themselves and burning a lot of resources before they can find that decisive pick. Renekton, sensing the pressure, is going to back away as most of SNC moves up towards that big, scary river monster.
Yeah, we are actually going to see, it's going to be Terry versus Samaritan here in this bottom lane. If there was a good time for the side of Surely Not CEO to fight, this might be it. 2,200 gold lead is Good Samaritan's individual lead, which, if removed, does actually put them relatively even. Although I suppose that's not considering the 2,000 gold lead that Wild Terry has managed to accumulate. As teleports are going to be coming out here, Grant's getting taken pretty low, but Balzac is going to be trapped inside of that Cataclysm. Wild Terry forced to flash over a wall and is now getting taken low as well. Balzac's going to be able to get the kill there, but Gwen returns one. A huge Decimating Smash and a nice Tempered Fate is going to keep the majority of New League team in stasis for now. Kinetology forced to flash away, and the Dark Binding is good. The Good Samaritan goes on a rampage. Solbert and Terry are going to be left alone. Surely Terry is going to go down here. Kinetology going to be the next one to fall. Solbert trying to find something back. But the CC is just too potent. And New League team look like they're going to start up one of the objectives. 129 looks like they're going to go ahead and start up this Otacon. There were other pings coming out here for the Drake. Solbert going to be hanging out in that brush. Health bar is not the strongest.
Somewhat ambitious, Popova.
Yeah, Q's gonna land, though, and the Good Samaritan is utilizing this Morgana to its fullest potential. 24 stacks on the Medjai's. Ooh, Jarvan, though, is gonna be here. That's not a jungle Jarvan, though. My brain said, has the smite. And then I had to be like, no, he does not. That is a mid lane Jarvan.
This is a big brain retrain moment, but that's not Jungle J4. Did burn TP also just to stand there and watch the New League team burn down the rest of that Otacon health bar. This should create the opportunity for SNC to snag what could be a very important gold point third dragon, but not uncontested.
I don't think they're going to be able to do it fast enough, and Renekton doing a ton of damage to this Gwen here. And the super mega death rocket from Zoro is going to mean that this is the second Ocean Drake for the side of New League team here. And the walls are crumbling just a little bit.
Well, that is an incredibly important fight. Obviously, both fights, almost 2.5 minutes of nonstop combat. Very good for the side of New League team. And here we go with some more.
Yeah, absolutely. Is going to be the Purple Worm, the next thing on the menu here for the side of New League team.
The jungler's still off that. Gwen remains in the gray screen. It's going to be incredibly difficult to find any angle, but that's not going to stop SNC from trying.
Yeah.
Here it goes.
Reichz going in is going to be stunned up by quite a bit of crowd control and getting taken low, but now Balzac onto the Caitlyn. Solbert not going to be able to live too long. Tempered Fate coming in, but it's a little bit too little too late. The death timers are a little bit too staggered, and New League team have a little bit too big of health bars for the side of Surely Not CEO to chew through. 22-6 is the scoreline. 6,000 gold, 7,000 gold is going to be the lead here, as Gwen will be the last to likely fall in this cascade of events.
Woo! Let's take a breath. Let's take a breath, Popova. I think our teams maybe need to take a breath. Certainly SNC needs to take a breath. It is an absolute wipeout from the top of the map to the bottom of the map and back to the top again in favor of the New League team, securing 3 massive objectives: Otacon, second Ocean Dragon, and the Purple Worm in the Barren Pit, as well as a whole pile of bodies stacking up for SNC. New League team in a dominant position heading into the 28th minute of this game.
Yeah, Sion going to ult there in the mid lane. Q is going to go wide and actually manage to find the Bard. Wild Terry going to be the next on the list here. He'll be alive for now. Whoa, stays alive. Slammed into the turret. That's going to go down. That's going to be Grant falling as well. Zoro going to look for Solbert, who will tick down from that red buff. Triple kill here for this Jinx, and they might be able to end with 40 seconds on the death timers for the majority of Surely Not CEO here.
I don't think they might be able to end Popova. I think they are going to be able to end because a champion named Jinx is playing for the side of the New League team. Jinx is an absolute demonic turret destroyer, with the excitement being permanently procced, with her team standing around her, with Morgana sitting on a 700 gold bounty. It's going to be a total wipeout, and New League team's going to take game 1 of this best of 5.
They sure will. Gwen going to provide a temporary respite from a permanent ending of the Nexus. New League team fighting back hard against Surely Not CEO here in this match, and showing us that the regular season, it don't matter once you hit playoffs.
Ranks, records, history, forget it all, Popoba. All that matters is the here and the now. And here and now, the new league team has announced themselves with a dramatic display of power and authority in game one. I think we're all going to be scratching our heads and noodling over that J4 mid pick for quite a while. I don't know what the theory was behind it. We had a lot of theories of our own. None of them seemed to come to pass. And what it led to was an incredibly dominant, enormous Morgana for Good Samaritan, able to really control every aspect of the first 10 minutes of the game, leading to a virtually insurmountable lead for the new league team. And they did a great job of not only capturing that initial goal lead, but then protecting it, being very smart, careful, focused, together, not making hardly any mistakes or missteps, never giving SNC a chance to breathe. And they showed why they are an incredibly scary 3 seed in this CEO tournament.
Yeah. Loki's theory, though, absolutely still on the table. This could be, they said, look, Morgana mid is incredibly strong. We are going to pick some champions that we like, some champions that maybe pick champion pools, and we're going to say, this game goes to them, and we're already thinking about game 2. I'm going to go get a little bit of tea, because I need something to whet my throat, I am realizing. But I will
go do that, Poba. I'm going to conclude with one thought before I go and do the same. I hear what you're saying. I hear what Loki's saying. I am so ready for SNC to prove that theory is a good theory. Giving away, if what you're saying is essentially we're going to concede game 1 to a certain extent, just to narrow the champion pool. You better know for sure that the jungler for the new league team is going to feel the burn very quickly and very hard. And I mean right now in game 2. If you don't win game 2 as the Surely Not CEO squad after, in theory, giving away game 1, you are playing for your life. You are playing for a reverse sweep. It is an incredible gamble to take that approach, if that is the concept. So if they pull that off, they are absolutely cooking on a level you rarely ever see in amateur play. The confidence to do that, the courage to do that will be off the charts, and we will all bow down to them for their greatness and admit without hesitation that we are not worthy.
We are not worthy, surely, of either of these teams. As I come back with a beverage, whet my appetite. I will jump down to spectate. We can move on to the next draft. Now, folks, what do you want to see here in game 2? What are you ready for? I'm just curious. So we are going to have our draft link coming out. I'm sad the mid Jarvan didn't do better. I wanted to see it go well. I saw the theory. I saw the, put them in a cage, throw the Gwen damage on top. A little bit of Zoe gaming. I can see some Zoe gaming working out well here. We do have 10 whole champions that now cannot be picked by either side. Going to be quite interesting here. Some previous picks from other series that may be interesting. Olaf, which was banned. Yunara, Viego, Zohair. Lee Sin was played by 129. Would be interesting. The Rel was likely also a pick away, something that Arcadius. Or wait, Arcadius isn't in this game. The teams are slightly different. Oh, I can pay out.
Yeah, I thought we had a lot of very interesting and slightly contested picks in that first game, Popova. I think there was an effort to pinch on both sides, an effort to recognize who people are very comfortable on in the bans and who the really scary players are. You saw a lot of bans being thrown Good Samaritan's way in the mid lane, and Good Samaritan just shrugged them off and said, "Check out this purple sorceress I got under my wing." Absolutely a force in the mid lane. We'll have to see how that continues to develop here in this next round of drafts. But before we go any further, Popova, I need to pay out. I need to pay out the caster compliment redeemed by
Hmm.
VV I gotta let everybody know VV is my guy. We are co team members of the 4G Sports Chaos team, playing in financial, or we're playing in financial. We just finished up our season with a really tight, taut, somewhat disappointing loss to B1 Uter in that league. Vivi Sol is the center of the team. He's our team captain. He's our ADC. We absolutely love him. We try to play around him, and he's done a great job bringing all of us together. It was a tough end of the season, but I love you, buddy, and we're going to be back. Watch out for the chaos.
Wow. Very touching words there. What league were you playing in this season, if you don't mind
The
me asking?
LBLCS financial. Yeah, we were in
Financial
financial.
league.
Yes, yes. We had a real saga. It was a saga of the season. Ups, downs, a couple personnel changes, but toward the latter half of the season, we were absolutely cooking. We were clicking, and we were one game, even half a game away from advancing into the playoffs
Oh,
before sadly being eliminated by B1 Uter. So credit to them, hats off, and good luck to everybody in the financial league playoffs.
Financial League, an absolutely special place in my heart. My first season in the Legend LCS was the first year that the Financial League existed, and I played in its inaugural season. Had an absolute blast. Learned my first game, one of the more important lessons that I've ever learned, which is never pick Malphite if Silas is still available. I know these days that might not sound revolutionary, but for me at the
I'm telling
time,
you, somebody out there, Popova, just learned a valuable lesson. Okay, you never know it until you know it, but now somebody knows it. If Silas is out there, stay away from the Malphite. Uh,
absolutely. We are going to be
what do
into
we
this
got
draft,
going
though.
here?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have Unara and Thresh going to be picked up here for the side of Surely Not CEO, who are very thankfully staying on the same side, so I don't have to change as much stuff behind the background here. Um, is going to be the Varus on the other side, along with the Leona. Unara, pretty strong champ, if I do understand that correctly. Uh,
Very strong.
Victor
Very strong champ.
will be the good
Victor on
Samaritan
the
pick here.
Samaritan. Yes. Samaritan showing that the pool is deep and wide, not afraid to pick another very scary mid lane control mage. In the bot lane, we have two sort of different versions of a similar idea. We have two engaged supports, both incredibly potent at locking down a priority target, and then a little different theory in the ADC role, with Unara being more just a straight hyper damage auto attacker, Varus looking for a little crowd control of his own with his ultimate, and then a big poppable bursting empowered Q to take down a priority target for Surely Not CEO. And the Silas we were just noodling over is on the Rift and going to be snatching some of these really nice ultimates you can already see on the side of the new league team.
Yeah, interesting bans coming out here. It does look like Jungle is going to be a target for Surely Not CEO. Interestingly, I think every time these two teams have faced off, Evelyn has been banned. So I'm expecting Evelyn to be a pretty strong hallmark pick here for 129. Love to see the Silas here. I'm going to have so much fun watching this mid matchup. We've already seen that Good Samaritan has the moves, per se. I'm excited to see something perhaps a little bit more traditional. Although, is that Silas even going mid? Because now we have a Vigar.
Ooh. I think we can say with some confidence it's not going mid.
I think
I think it would be
now,
pretty strange at this juncture.
the hard thing is, could be Silas top.
Could be. I'm not saying it's definitely a Silas jungle, but it certainly has that vibe, that feel to it right now. We'll see what comes out. But once again, we see the jungle bands coming through for Surely Not CEO, perhaps lending some credence to Loki's theory that the Jarvan 4 pick in game one was simply about pinching the jungle pool of 129 for new league team. But 129 is not afraid. 129 says, I've got the Trundle. You know what Trundle's all about? Trundle's about dominance. Trundle's about early aggression. Trundle is not afraid to fight and to fight to win. A very strong champion in the jungle meta right now. Needs some help engaging sometimes, but has plenty of that with Leona, with Victor, and now with the crawdad, the catfish, the country boy. Tom Kench is going to be licking his way through the top lane.
High level Tom Kench players in the top lane are so much fun to watch. This is almost surely going to be Silas jungle with the Vigar going to be locked in here for the mid lane. Surely Not CEO, sort of putting their fingers on the scaling side of the scale with that pickup. I haven't seen a ton of like high elo Vigar gameplay, so I'm pretty excited to see how this all ends up shaking out. One thing I did want to point out is that it looked like New League team were pretty scared of single target lockdown. So banning out that Vi, banning out that Camille, they did not want the side of Surely Not CEO to be able to press a button on one of their carries and delete them. Now, is Vigar Ultimate the same as Camille Ultimate or Vi Ultimate? No. Is it point and click? Yes.
I believe it is, Popoba. I believe it is point and click. I believe if that Varus or that Victor get anywhere near, let's say, the 40-30% health range, they may simply vanish from the map in a puff of smoke as Vigar drops that heavy ultimate on them. I also do think we have a lot of sort of protect the president potential on the side of Surely Not CEO. Yunara is going to have a lot of champions who can come to her aid in the threat, the Silas, with the cage from Vigar, and with Aatrox flapping back and forth with his ultimate up. On the side of New League team, yes, plenty of CC options as well, but I do feel like they're a little more hit or miss. If Victor doesn't get his dome down in the right place, if Trundle Pillar isn't precisely put, if the Leona ultimate goes wide, if Tom Kench dives and just barely misses somebody, you're suddenly kind of standing there a little bit naked if you're Varus, with Silas grabbing scary ultimates, with Aatrox, just charging through your team. So I'm going to be very interested to see the precision. I think the new league team's going to have to show a little more precise and careful usage of their crowd control, because if they whiff it, suddenly there's nothing stopping the Surely Not CEO, the SNC squad from running into their backline.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to watch the divers versus the control mage kind of identity champions. Aatrox, Silas, Thresh, obviously all going to want to dive in, as are kind of Tom Kench, Trundle, and Leona. We have a little bit of a compositional mirror happening.
And I want to throw this one out to the chat, Popoba. In a Silas stealing Trundle R 1v1, who wins? Who wins? If Trundle is R-ing Silas and Silas is R-ing Trundle, how does that play out? Somebody educate me on that one.
Actually, I've played a lot of Trundle. So, very, very happy to discuss this particular interaction, as I have been on the Trundle side of it a number of times. Um, it's similar to how it works with Mordekaiser, which is to say, whoever hits the button first loses. So it's a little bit of a game of chicken, because if you hit your button first, you start stealing their stats, and then when they hit their button, they steal back the stats that they're stealing from you and you were stealing. So they get, I think, a little bit more theoretical value from it, if that makes sense.
I see. So if you press the button first, your stats go up in such a way that when I press the button, I now get an even bigger buff because I'm
Yes.
stealing what you have plus what you've stolen. Right?
Yes.
Very interesting. So I think we're going to look for who's feeling cool as a cucumber, who's feeling a little anxious as those two collide potentially in some what I hope will be epic 1v1 showdowns. The first one to blink may be the one heading to the gray screen.
Yes, absolutely. Very excited to watch this mid lane matchup. Very excited to watch bot lane, top lane, everything. I am excited to see Terry on something a little bit more aggressive here, a little bit more, damage oriented with the Aatrox.
Yeah, damage oriented and with the sustain that comes from those extended fights that Aatrox excels in. I do think there was, a little bit maybe of a slightly missed opportunity for Surely Not CEO in that they had a big Scion and Terry. I don't feel like that bigness was ever able to really translate into a team fight context. Perhaps that has a lot, maybe a little, maybe a lot to do with the lead that was already going in the direction of the new league team. But I think we will for sure see plenty of Aatrox in these incredibly important 5v5s here in game two.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'm excited to see sort of this is all going to shake out. And yeah, we've still got a little bit of time if you want to put your schmeckles on either of these teams. Only 290 schmeckles bet overall. Someone please join Loki Aurora in the gambling. Nick with Sticks, this is a Fearless draft. Thank you very much for asking. This is going to be a BO5 Fearless draft, which is built into the low budget LCS drafting tool. Honestly, my favorite drafting tool, courtesy of the best space engineer server host, Thy Duck Lord. You're curious about that last bit, let me know.
Yeah, the LBLCS drafting tool is fantastic. We use it all the time at all levels of the LBLCS and makes that fearless draft, which is, I think, clearly now the best draft, right? I mean, it's so fun. It creates so many new challenges and new opportunities. Things like that possible J4 steal away in mid in game one. That's only makes sense if you believe in the fearless draft concept. It's really created a new layer of intrigue and excitement in not only pro play but here in the amateur level. It forces you to broaden your horizons as a player. You cannot survive as an OTP. You must have a variety of things that you feel comfortable on, and it just creates a lot more interesting series, particularly if we get to a longer 5-game banger.
Yeah, which I honestly I feel like is in store for us, just given the history between these two teams, and where it went in game one. But could be a quick 3-0 closeout here from the side of New League team. I do like their composition here quite a bit. It reminds me of something I would play with my team, whereas the composition for the other side is a little bit more damage heavy. There's not a ton of tank unless you're kind of drain tank. So will be interesting to see.
Yeah, agree, Popoba. I mean, I think if you're SNC, you really need both some combination of picks, explosive detonations of carries on the side of the new league team, or longer fights. I mean, there are some longer fight potentials here with Aatrox, with Silas. The healing power of each of those champions could be really potent. Also, you have an incredible scaler in Vigar. Unara also scales really nicely once you get to 3 items and can do a lot of damage early as well. So I think both of these teams, clearly they've proven over the course of the regular season, they have the hands, they have the experience to win any game against any team that they find themselves faced with. But it is absolutely on. The pressure is on SNC. This is a vital, essential game too. You do not want to go down 0-2 and have to have a reverse sweep to keep your at least winners bracket alive. Look at the dancing and the memeing from
Yeah,
Terry and Balzac.
a little bit of respect this time here in the top lane. No one hitting each other, just sort of standing there.
I would have liked to see Tom Kench get one lick in. I think that was warranted, deserved, and would be totally appropriate. But I respect the choice to just let it lie and go toe to toe, demon sword to catfish in the top lane.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to cut himself up some fillets. Have a successful noodling adventure here in the top lane. He does have that big 3-part Q for the Aatrox. Gonna be something to watch out for. As bot wave, just gonna be hanging out. Let's think about what's gonna happen early game, because I do think an early Trundle somewhere, which looks like it's likely gonna be bot lane, could be mid lane though.
I like the idea of an early Trundle. Notice, by the way, we've had a role reversal.
Yes, I was just noticing that.
Technology, who was in the support role in Game 1, is now piloting the Unara, while Solbert has swapped over to the Thresh support. So, very interesting development. I would love to know if that has happened with this team at some point during the course of the season. I assume it has. If not, if this is the first time they've done that in a very important game too, what a choice. That's going to be something to watch.
Yeah, Solbert also playing Thresh, who collects souls.
Lore accurate name. We love those. That's at least a 5 XP per wave advantage.
Murloc Mancer, another name I recognize, saying that they do indeed swap a fair amount here in this bottom lane. So good to see. Also, it might be a good time, as I haven't shouted them out quite yet, and I see we got some new viewers in the chat. We are sponsored this season by We Teach League, which is genuinely an absolutely fantastic community and improvement tools. We are going to see a trade here in the bot lane. Solbert getting ignited and getting taken incredibly low. First blood is going to be over to Zoro, who has to use the barrier, but is able to find the damage. And it looks like Thetology is also going to be killed. A clean 2-for-0 here in the bot lane. Now Silas Zohair is going to be in a little bit of trouble, forced to use that flash because they have 0 reinforcements from that bot lane. So 1,000 gold going to be going here into the pocket of new league team.
Ooh, Balzac.
Terry taking a ton of damage. That's going to be blue team claiming up the feat of warfare. And that's what I mean when I say you gotta watch out for high rank Tom Kenches. Two champions that you really have to watch out for when they're high ranked, in my opinion. Tom Kench, Bard. High rank Bard. Especially if you ever see a high rank Bard top. That strikes fear into my heart.
Terrifying, and so troll. What a great start for the new league team, coming out with a huge amount of early damage to the bot lane. But here's some more action top.
Yeah, trying to help Balzac get that top wave in, because while Terry has that full health bar, now Silas, Zohair going to be here as well. Balzac has to be careful. Wild Terry is going to be taking up that wave, but this looks like it is going to be some fried catfish for dinner. Zohair just able to pick up that kill for this jungle Silas.
Yeah, a worthy effort to try to get the wave in. A little unfortunate that 129 backed off as early as he did, or they did, leaving Balzac a little exposed there to the sort of sneak attack from Silas. But all in all, an undeniably fantastic start to the game for a new league team, securing the feats of warfare, securing a huge advantage
You're
for
going to see
Varus
Leona
as they're
diving
looking
in
to throw it.
absolutely instant. Ooh, a nice return hit, though, from Solbert. However, the level advantage, I think, is going to make things tough. Kinetology still looking for the damage. Zoro getting taken quite low here. Jungler's not on this side of the map. Nyx with 6. The average rank here in this game is going to be somewhere around, I want to say, mid to high diamond. I think we target about an E2 average for the CEO League, if I am not mistaken. There are a number of players here that are masters or have been masters. Is Wild Terry going to be able to use that World Ender? But we'll get eaten up here, and Tom Kench's health bar is no joke. Wild Terry still trying to do the damage. The gray health might make the difference, as might the wave. Balzac getting another kill onto Wild Terry.
Balzac with another kill. Bomby's Cinder doing a lot of work in that fight, maintaining Balzac maintaining contact, not letting Wild Terry gap the spacing at all.
Ooh, Ignite getting dropped here onto Rexy. Almost taking him out.
Yeah,
now
just surviving. Thresh burns Ignite there. That's going to be a nice little trade again for new league team, and Zoro is potent.
Catology is going to be in a little bit of trouble as 129 uses that pillar. Going to slow them quite a bit, but Silas is here as well. Solbert not going to be able to keep their ADC alive as a nice little pillar. What a certain member of the low budget LCS would call the most broken non-ultimate ability in the game. Is that Trundle E?
Pillar, a very good ability, especially if you know people don't have Flash or any other strong disengage tool. And of course, Yunara really doesn't. Slightly immobile, particularly early, and sitting without the Flash, sitting without Cleanse is just food for the Troll King and the Archer in the bot lane.
Yeah, I also love making that statement because the second I do, everyone comes out of the woodwork and says, no, this is the most broken non-ultimate ability in the game. And then we get to have a nice conversation in the chat.
Opinions vary.
Zoro's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. As nice max range hook lands here from Solbert. And Catenology is going to be able to pick up that kill onto the enemy ADC, evening out the gold here between these two squads.
Yeah, we're going to need a ruling at some point on Catenology's pronunciation. I'm going to go with the silent K just because that feels better. It's a little easier to say.
Just Tenology.
Tenology. I mean, Catenology. I can't do that all night. Popoba, come on, that's too much.
Yeah, now we're going to see Rexy is going to be in a little bit of trouble as well, although that is a Leona, and Leona is quite tanky. Mythology. Just going to be able to get out of there with a lantern. Nice and easy.
I'll put that ability on the list, Popoba, of one of the most broken
lantern
non-ultimate abilities. Certainly not. It's not broken. Highly annoying.
Yeah, I was going to say certainly one of the most tilting to be on the enemy team of. As a jungler, I hate when I'm like tracking. So Wild Terry has to be careful. They're just going to be taken out. But now Balzac is going to be underneath the turret, and Silas. So Hare will be able to pick up that kill. But, you know, Wild Terry biting off a little bit more than they could chew will be to this Silas's net benefit, who has been a star player for the side of Surely Not CEO. I'm watching to see what they can do with these two kills that they have been given from this top lane matchup.
Yeah, if you're Wild Terry, of course, you want to see your enemy, Tom Kench, who's already sitting on 2 kills at that point, dead in the ground, but you probably did not want to join him there while sitting under your own turret. Unfortunately for him, that is exactly what happens. Grant looking to cage up the Victor and just missing. We do have a very strong Varus here in the bot lane, who is going to have a lot of poke power, a lot of ability to push the wave, which will help secure Dragon priority, may help secure some early tower gold. It's a really nice situation once again for the new league team. While not that far up in gold at this moment, only about 400, definitely has a lot of good things happening with bookended laners, top and bot, very clearly ahead of their opposition for SNC.
Yeah, mid lane as well. There's going to be a 17 CS lead here for the Good Samaritan, so he will be commanding some amount of pressure in that mid lane. Now, Vigar, of course, is one of the most infamous scalers in the game. We will be watching to see how those stacks pan out. In fact, it's time for Stack Watch.
Oh, great. Great.
82 is going to be the number of phenomenal evil power that is currently underneath Vigar's control.
82 evil power, but Victor...
Wild Terry going in here. Oh, they're going to be able to spit Wild Terry back. Not close enough to hit the turret, though, and that might be an error here from Balzac. The Q not going to land. Looks for the Q3 under the turret, does find it, but one more auto gets it. That's going to be a trade with... I'm not sure what's happening to that wave there, so could be very good there for Wild Terry. Could be bad. Certainly better than getting solo killed. So nice 1-for-1 between these two squads.
Yeah, good to get one in the bank if you're Wild Terry. You're starting to feel like you can...
Solbert going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Misses that hook, but it could perhaps be with Grant coming in the back end. And that Chaos Storm not finding a kill is going to be important here as we have that dragon spawning in the next 56 seconds. Could mean no... Did they change the name to Arcane Storm? Or was it never Chaos Storm? Am I imagining that?
I'm going to defer to the chat on that one, Popoba, as I am not the master of names, but what I do know is Good Samaritan is the master of micro, dodging virtually every ability being thrown at him while standing in that Vigard cage, emerging with 100% health. Yes, it cost Samaritan their ultimate, but a relatively manageable cooldown on that ability. I think it will be up, if not...
Ooh, flash forward. Rexy also going to be forced to flash away. Kinetology cleansing. As lots of abilities get thrown here. They change it after the show. That's what I thought. No, I'm okay with that. Arcane's a good show.
All changes after the show are acceptable. We must mark it to the maximum.
Absolutely. More people should play League of Legends, so I am comparably higher ranked than them.
Exactly right. We will accept just like at a good poker game, we always accept fresh blood at the table. Easy dragon going over to the side of...
Ooh, Rexy might be in a little bit of trouble. Silas coming through here. Abscond of Duck not quite going to land, but there is going to be the stolen Leona ulti, while the Leona ulti of the original caster are going to be used from the back end to try and stay alive. Not going to land. Silas looking for a little bit, maybe more than they wanted to, but will miss with that E. Gold here, going to be evened up, as will the Drakes, but the overall objectives is going to be currently favoring the side of New League Team, who are also going to be looking for Kinetology here. Flashing away, they have a big old slow. Hookup is going to land, the arrows are going to strike true, and Silas is again going to be forced to flash away. 1, 2, 9, and Zoro hitting up some solid combos here in the bot lane. Zoro now going to be 5-1 here on this Lethality Varus.
Zoro, the masked archer, supported by a phenomenal lane gank from 129, sneaking into the bush where nobody had any idea they might be, finding the inescapable pillar on Yunara, the technology on Yunara, and then every team member of SNC lining up beautifully for a sniping, empowered Zoro death arrow.
Absolutely. Nicholas Six, you did not miss Yone. You did miss Jarvan the 4th mid, which was the featured matchup in the last game. Of course, this game going to be a little bit more tame across the board here. Wild Terry starting to be able to shine a little bit more here into Balzac, who has, interestingly enough, picked up a Hollow Radiance. Ooh, a nice hook there from Solbert.
That has to be Balzac looking beyond lane at this point, saying, look, I have the Bramble Vest. That's the main...
Ooh, Balzac is going to be pulled back here by this chain. Eat up is probably going to go not too great. Wild Terry and Silas going to be able to get another kill here for the jungler. 129 trying to be the responses. Here comes Leona in the bot lane. Underneath the turret goes Rexy, and the arrow takes him down from half health. Now Wild Terry looking to do the damage on the 129. He's forced to flash away. And here comes the Arcane Storm from Good Samaritan. Looking to finish off Wild Terry. It's going to grow in strength. It's going to grow in power. Silas, no mana, but the Primordial Burst just barely not enough to be able to get Good Samaritan back. A bloodbath of a couple of minutes.
Bloodbath of a couple of minutes, a lot of resources used on both sides. We have flashes and teleports going down. At least Flash for Good Samaritan in the mid lane. Grant retains theirs. But the bot lane dominance continues for the new league team. Varus picking up yet another kill. Going to be, can we get a gold check in the bot lane? Because we have a lot of tower gold as well going over to the Varus. Going to be, looks to be about 1,200 gold up on Unara. Very potent. As well as, you know, some fairly even gold in the rest of the lane. So look for that Varus to be both the priority target and the priority death dealer for the new league team as we head towards this next round of skirmishing and objectives.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty much leads across the board. Even in the jungle, things are even between Silas and Trundle. I will also note, we are currently hitting certified banger status here in CEO. As Grant is going to be eaten up underneath his own turret, going to be stunned up, and now here comes 129. That's going to be 4 people diving in, a mobile little guy. They are going to be able to get this turret down. Other side of that, though, it does look like mid turret and bot turret may be on the receiving end of some love from the side of Truly.CEO.
Shelly is smashing forward in the top lane. A lot of gold, a lot of pressure, and with 3 grubs, the new league team says, hey, you want to trade pushes? We can do that. We're happy to see who can get there first. You gotta like the level of coordination on the top side of the map for the new league team, destroying the entirety of the top lane.
It's a lot of gold going into their pockets. 4,000 now is going to be the lead here for the side of the new league team. As they're going to set their sights on this Chemtech Drake spawning in the next 15 seconds or so.
Well, and now, as usual, the bounties tell the tale, Popoba. We have big bounties on Trundle, on Varus, and a nice one on Victor, suggesting the strength and power of the new league team, and they are going to be in the driver's seat heading into this Chemtech Drake.
Yep. Your new stack report is that Grant is sitting at 158 stacks of Primordial Evil Power. So keeping up a good job with building those stacks. Lots of potential for late game scaling here if they can hold on to what's happening here. So we're going to see Solbert finding a nice hook there onto Rexy. Silas coming in here on the flank, stealing away that Varus ultimate. Not going to be using it too much. Looks like they are going to be conceding this Drake for now. Not looking to do too much. I think it's the
right choice, Popova. I just don't think the strength.
Solbert going to be on the receiving end of a Leona ultimate as well as the original Varus ultimate, which will be used to try and buy some time for their squad. Now Grant can be called to mid lane to try and help. Stun up on 129 is going to be a little bit of damage, but Fire not able to get through the whole health bar. Kinetology doing a lot of damage. Rexy is going to be on the receiving end of nice slow. Is it going to be enough? It's not quite able to get there. They don't clear down the health bars. They will hopefully get... Okay, we've got Jisp Games giving us This Means War. Trundle is OP. Do you want us to say Trundle is not OP? Or do you want us to argue that Trundle is OP? Because we're going to see Silas.
No argument for me, Jisp Games. Trundle is very OP. It's one of my favorite bands when I'm playing jungle, just because it's so scary in the meta right now. It's not
Silas going to be in trouble here. 129 going to be receiving the end, but the Kingmaker ability is not going to be enough with the Primordial Burst. Everyone stays alive for right now.
And that shows exactly what you get when you're just that little bit ahead, or even a lot ahead. That survivability, which would not be there for you if you were not as strong as you are right now. Trundle able to escape with their life despite taking a brutal, very direct hit from Grant and from Solberg.
Yeah. Thornbound Otacon spawning in the bot lane. Not that there's any other kind these days. As
Yeah, really. Need we specify what sort of Otacon is?
well, you know, they may introduce a different Otacon in the future, as we're not going to see Balzac yet again being the target of this combination of the Sylas and the Aatrox, with Sylas taking that consumption ultimate, looking to take down the turret, and then likely looking to go ahead and eat the frog. Nope, actually gonna go ahead and save it for another time. On the bottom side, though, Otacon will be started up here, so we'll have to see if they can get anything in response. They do know what's happening.
I like the restraint from Sylas and not eating the frog, which is clearly going to be eaten without the ultimate ability, but it does free up this Otacon. All those resources committed top, the showing of the jungler makes it very easy for the new league team. Good job by SNC capping that second top lane turret, putting in more gold into the pockets of Aatrox and Sylas. Let's see if they can translate it to cap some of these big bounties on Trundle.
Nerdology might be in a little bit of trouble, but Sylas is here to play. Solar Flare going to be utilized, and now the Eat, that's where it's going to come into play. Sylas saving the Yunara, being able to run away. Yunara utilizing that ultimate just to get the slowdown. Everyone is going to come out of that skirmish A-okay.
Meanwhile, Vygar is free to stack safely with the knowledge that the entirety of the new league team is on the top side of the map. You know, nice little bit of skirmishing. You know, I think it's the kind of small little bit of time that SNC needs to look for their opportunities to get back into this game. Look, the gold is very manageable, only 1.6k behind. Objectives are a little troubling with the two dragons, Grubs, Rift Herald, Otacon, all falling to the new league team. So, you know, there's absolutely going to be opportunities here for the SNC squad to find their moments, find their primary targets, and roll a team fight in their direction. They're just going to have to be patient because the wallet diff is real here at 22 minutes.
Yeah, Wild Terry taking a lot of Balzac's health here, utilizing this Aatrox. Going to be feeling pretty good now that they have Cleaver, Shojin, as well as a little bit of heal cut here, importantly. We are also setting up for a 4v4 skirmish in the bottom jungle. The target is actually going to be the Leona, who is very tanky. Sylas going to be taken low, but the healing is strong. Absolutely blown up. 1-for-1 is going to be the trade, as Grant is doing a lot of damage. Flash forward, Primordial Burst is going to be the target. That's going to be a shutdown on Zoro. Claimed here for Grant.
Fantastic job by Grant landing the cage on exactly who it needed to be landed on. Zoro taken out of the fight. Yunara continuing to be threatening in the back line. You felt a little bit at first like, oh, we're taking out the Leona and trading our jungler. That doesn't always feel very good. But the SNC squad able to make it count by putting down the ADC of new league team and making this a completely uncontested dragon.
Yeah, really good play here from the side of Surely Not CEO. Grant using that feared single target outplay button in the Primordial Burst to take down the targeted carry. And just very well done. 630 AP right now on this little guy. Only going to expand as the game goes on here. So definitely going to be something to watch now that, you know, Vygar's kind of coming into his own in terms of being able to do damage to people, not just tickling them with the Q, but actually taking out significant chunks of their health bars.
Yeah, and the Rod of Ages is at full stacks. The tier is now at full stacks. Raba is online, so we'll see Grant begin to build that Seraph's Embrace that's going to give him so much more sustain and durability in these team fights, a lot more courage in the face of the front line of the new league team. Vygar is going to be a problem.
Yep, and now we're seeing pings here sort of collapsing in on this bot lane. Relaxing, looking for Balzac, but this is going to be 4 members versus 4 members. Perhaps even more. Balzac going to be on the receiving end of a lot of damage. Solbert also getting taken pretty low, but ultimately it is going to be a solid pick for the side of Surely Not CEO, who are now only 500 gold off of their counterparts, and lots of go-in picks coming out from both sides of the squad. A nice pillar is going to be Gran Torino is going to be stunned up there. Kinetology able to dash back towards the turret. Reichsey just going to be able to flash out of that hook. And health bars are looking pretty good on New League team, but coming from the flank, there's a Wild Terry. I think they can smell it. That's why they're shifting upside. Silas pinging to go in. Teleport coming in the top lane. I don't think they're done with this yet. 129 backsteps a little bit, and the hook not quite going to land. Reichsey going to be on the receiving end of the damage. Varasalt coming out and lots of damage. Able to go over the wall here. It's not set by any means. And Yunara is going to be absolutely sniped there by Zoro. 129 now able to go on to counterattack. Solbert going to be the next target. And Surely Not CEO bite off more than they can chew. A New League team look like they're going to have a free lease on the Baron.
Oh, new SNC bites off way more than they can chew, taking a bad numbers fight. Balzac back on the map, Grant not, and it was a 4v5 being chased into the New League team jungle, and SNC pays the ultimate price, losing not only the life of their
and eat a primordial burst. Are they going to be able to get through Balzac though? Grant, yes. Able to get the consolation prize there, killing down the big old frog. So we can see 271 stacks, 712 AP now here for the Vigar.
Balzac with the always tragic flash into the side of the Vigar cage, costing him his life. I think he might have won the duel there had he not landed in exactly that spot. Unfortunately, he will lose his life, but it's a consolation prize, Popoba. The big prize, the purple worm, is has gone to the side of the New League team. They have reestablished a almost 2k gold lead, or a little over a 2k gold lead, and they are now going to be primarily pushing all the waves they want, containing SNC, as we have another important dragon. We'll put somebody on Soul Point spawning in 1 minute.
Yeah, it's going to be up to these teams to see how this fight plays out. I think certainly going to be either team's game at this point. Nice hook, and Solar Flare is actually just going to go wide. Now top lane is going to be the target.
But I respect the threatening posture.
Yeah, teleport critically available heal for Wild Terry, not available for Balzac, but right now Balzac getting the better side of this trade is just kind of licking down Wild Terry with no real seeming counterplay here from this Aatrox. Now going to be diving in, not going to be able to find the knock-up. Wild Terry is going to use that World Ender, gets instantly consumed, but now has that additional strength, has that additional power. Balzac, though, the gray health so strong here, stunned up, one more auto, and that gray health is just so big. Silas has now been called to deal here with the dragon spawning in 6 seconds, and this is your ultimate. Going to be using that stolen Leona ultimate. The death goes through, but now Wild Terry can reset, can get there, but I think ultimately they have given up the Drake.
They have given up the Drake, Popoba, and possibly for naught, because I think Wild Terry might have been able to manage that 1v1 with the gray health shield of Tom Kench being virtually wasted. You know, popped it, but wasn't able to maintain contact with Wild Terry while that shield was up, and so was about to be on very low health.
Ooh, Solbert gonna be a little bit of a not for me angle. Reichsey gonna be the receiving end of the hook. A huge amount of damage coming out from Zoro there across the back line of Surely Not CEO. The arrows are so big. It's like you only get one every once in a while, but they're absolutely so massive. But Zoro going to be on the receiving end. Flashes forward. 129 going to be in trouble. Flashes out. Solbert now going to be on that Arcane Storm, and Good Samaritan's going to be able to get that one down. It will grow in size, and now Grant might be in a little bit of trouble. Damage looking to go through here. Good Samaritan going to be on the receiving end. Double kill for Good Samaritan. But can they get taken out? They get a triple kill. But now Wild Terry is going to be able to find Zorro on the back end. And Wild Terry is going to be eaten up. It looks like this will be a net benefit for the new league team, with the Beef Boys being the last one standing.
Oh, it's a net benefit, Popoba. It's all 5 members of SNC heading back to the Nexus with immediacy, staring at gray screens for about 30 seconds. We have Samaritan largely to thank for that, with an incredible display of hands, pulling off a triple kill when it seemed like maybe one was all he was truly entitled to. Samaritan showing us why they have been such a fearsome mid laner throughout the regular season.
Yeah, looking good here for Good Samaritan, putting their team fate in their hands in both of these games. An absolutely stellar Morgana performance, and now a absolutely stellar Victor performance. 10 CS per minute, just about going to be the average as well. So playing well and getting all of those resources. However, I never want to count Surely Not CEO out, especially with their 313 Primordial Evil stack Vigar, who has over 800 AP now, and that will only increase as the game goes on.
Yeah, Vigar is looking very potent. Going to need some uptime, though, to make it pay off. And I want to point out that Samaritan on Victor has pulled out the Oblivion Orb, which is going to make the heal cut very easy to stack. Victor doing damage throughout everybody in the team fight. That's going to hurt.
Ooh, they're going to wait so patiently to make this engage, but it might be a little bit of an issue. Silas going to be the receiving end of so much crowd control, and the arrow strikes true. The arrow strikes true also onto Kinetology, who's just barely not going to be able to get that return kill. We'll go over to Solbert now, as Grant here hopefully staunch that bleeding, but 2 members dead now for the side of Surely Not CEO.
And do you think Trundle 129 is unaware of what's going on with Vigar in the mid lane? Trundle on Spirit Visage, Trundle on upgraded Merc Treads, Trundle on a Negatron Cloak. Trundle is going to be very hard to burst down.
Ooh, Grant making the choice to go back for that Lantern. Now is going to be found in the middle. Solbert doing a good job buying space for their waddling mid laner, but that's going to be a dead one on the backside, though. Wild Terry found a shutdown of their own. Now Wild Terry is going to be taking on this 1v2 versus 129 and Balzac. Looking okay to start. World Ender now over, though, and I don't think they can drain tank their way out of this. The onslaught of Trundle Bites taking away the AD is going to be 6-0 and 11 here for 129. Kinetology, you can't be there. That is going to be a nice Tom Kench catch.
I am seeing a number of you can't be there plays at the moment for Surely Not CEO, Popoba, and that tells me that they are starting to feel the pressure. They are starting to sense that this could be getting out of hand, and that could put them down 2-0. That is causing them to make hero plays that aren't really there. Now it's going to be a second Baron going over to the side of the new league team as Silas decides to just go pick up some Krugs.
Yeah. Silas gonna go grab those Krugs.
And Dragon Soul is on the Rift, and I don't know that SNC can contest it.
Yeah, is Soul here for the side of new league team, but Netology spawning just as it does. Additionally, 7,500 gold is going to be the wallet difference here, which puts a pretty heavy finger on the overall scales of balance. Solbert now going to be the target. Reichsey looking to do the damage. A nice coordination between the gravitational field and the pillar is going to mean that Solbert falls. Netology trying to do the damage is going to be able to find a fair amount. Wild Terry throwing abilities over the wall. That is going to be Anthology dead. That is going to be Grant on the receiving end of the Good Samaritan, who gets consumed before the Primordial Burst can come through. And that is going to be Silas dying. That is going to be a Wild Terry finding themselves between a rock and a hard place. And they don't want the soul, they want the game.
They don't want the soul, they want the Nexus, Popoba. 4 members of the new league team remain up with the purple circle empowering their minions, with the 3 grubs again chewing through the towers, with a very fed ADC and a very fed AP mid laner knocking down the Nexus turrets, and now will be the Nexus. That will be game 2, and we will head to a potentially series decisive game 3.
Yeah, they're going to get that kill on the Fountain. And we already find ourselves not even 2 hours into this match, already on match point.
Whew, Popoba, I don't think this is what I expected to see when we logged on tonight. I mean, we have the number 2 team in the regular season, surely not CEO, with 3 of the top 5 or 6 players by statistics in the entire CEO league, down 2-0, playing for a reverse sweep almost in the blink of an eye. Popoba, the first game felt a little close until it didn't, but the second game started out wildly on the side of the new league team, securing feats of warfare within minutes of the waves hitting the lanes and just really never letting their foot up off the gas. New league team showing you that they are a highly coordinated, highly opportunistic, and devastatingly careful and controlled squad. And to be frank, the mid laner, Good Samaritan, is putting on an absolute clinic between the Morgana mid and now a Victor mid, each of which were just totally dominant by the late stages of the game. I have a lot of belief that surely not CEO has something in the bag that they can pull out and try to shock the world. But if you are watching this series right now, you have got to say new league team is in the driver's seat and is going to look to choke the life out of this series here in game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking for a quick and clean 3-0. They want to go to bed or perhaps somewhere else, as I have realized that we haven't yet made our graphics for best of 5s. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But I just need to cook something up real quick. That's all I'm saying. I just need to cook something up real quick. So that's what I'm going to do. And that's what I'm going to be working on the next couple of seconds here. Do not mind me. Be figuring it out. Go along. That looks pretty good to me. Okay. We just need more corianders. You know, which, if you're not familiar, coriander, the official beverage of the Low Budget LCS, with its one signature flavor. You know, I'll leave that up to you to guess what it is. But yeah, just gonna get a little bit of that in here.
Now, I think I heard you say coriander, Popoba. And I was thinking spice. You know, I was thinking the faint aroma of an exotic concoction that might be going into that Cuisinart. But you're talking about a beverage.
Yes, I'm talking about the signature low-budget LCS beverage, coriander beer. Thank you, Lil Rob Man, for hitting us with the LeChance Licks Toes. Someone you don't know did your job earlier. but it's good to see that the OG has made their way into chat. Now I'm kind of hoping, although I expect this won't be the case, they're on the same sides for the third draft in the row. So both of these teams saying it's not a side issue. We like red side, we like blue side. Um,
I love it. I love it. I respect it. I think if you're surely not CEO, you have not gotten here by accident. You have a plan. You have a strategy. It has worked for you all season long. You know what feels good and what's comfortable. You are not going to panic in this moment. You are going to say, "All right, now let's move on to the game three. We've got a lot of champions off the rift for both sides. What is our next best comp? How do we pinch the side of a new league team in just the right places to give us an edge? I have every confidence that surely not CEO has it in them. Let's see if they can bring it out.
yeah, absolutely. And I do have news on that front. Um, Gran Torino is swapping to the jungle. Zohair is swapping into mid lane. And then they are swapping out Solbert for Arcadius in the support position. So a little bit of a roster overhaul here in this game from Surely Not CEO. We'll see if it is the bullet that eventually finds them a victory in this game here.
So what you're saying, Popo, is we're going to have the third player in 3 games in the support role for surely not CEO. It is spicy indeed. Is it panic? I don't think so. I think it's strategic. But you have to believe surely not CEO is saying we have to find the thing that is going to work for us. It has not worked for us in the first 2 games. And instead of trying to dial it in, instead of trying to take the last roster that we just had and make it a little stronger and tighter in game three, we are going for a very significant overhaul. It is going to really test the skill of Zohair and Arcadius stepping into new roles in the final and potentially final, but certainly a critical game three for surely not CEO. It's a bold move. It may be a necessary move, and only the rift will tell the tale.
Yeah, absolutely. And going to be very interested to see how this roster works out. Arcadius, also a name that I have seen across the years in the low budget LCS. Well known player, good player. So very happy to see that creeping on through. We'll see if it's the special sauce that the CEOs can put on this game three to get themselves that eventual victory. As I can go ahead and change over the draft link for when it gets going. All right. If you are on Surely Not CEO, you find yourself down 2 games. You find yourself on the brink of playoff elimination. What kind of things are you bringing? Low Robot Man, if someone pays for a waffle, I will go make waffle batter. No one has paid for a waffle, so I haven't done waffle batter. But I can heat it up. It's turned off right now. Just don't want to waste any eggs in this economy, you know? So, if someone bribes me with their sweet, sweet channel points, they can have a waffle made on stream just for them from the Cuisinart Belgian Round Flip Double Waffle Maker, who are not the official sponsors. The official sponsors are, in fact, We Teach League, which are a service that is, there's both a free portion and then they have paid coaching. It is, unironically, the best way, in my opinion, to get League of Legends coaching. As we do see Thulam hitting the batter up. So I will go ahead and go make some waffle batter while my co-caster, Drift, goes ahead and casts the draft and maybe springs in a little bit of information about WTL if they have it in their sweet, sweet noggin.
Well, I can tell you this, Popova. WTL has a lot of great instructors in it, including a very good friend of mine, a very good friend of the Forge esports community, a very good friend of many of you listening on the stream. One young Canadian Zelius, okay, is integral in the We Teach
Dude, I
League.
love that guy. I love his car.
Love
I've been
that
in his
guy.
car.
Love that guy. You've been in his car. How smelly is that car? How much Paps? How many Paps cans were in the back of that car
It's
right
that car is too small to fit me. Um, I'm Bondi sized. Well, I'm not quite Bondi sized, if that makes sense for all of you in the chat. I'm close to Bondi sized. So that car, you have to fold down the front seats to clamber over it. It's a time. But I gotta go make some batter.
Love that. Go make the batter. I'm gonna vamp. We're gonna talk draft here in just a moment. I did want to clarify one point. This is not necessarily the end of the road for whoever loses this series. Should new league team advance and surely not CEO fall, surely not CEO will face Les Boulin Boys in the losers bracket side of the, I don't want to call it the losers bracket. Let's call it the lower bracket side of the playoff draft. Les Boulin Boys coming in as the sixth seed. So all is not lost if you are surely not CEO and you do in fact go down, which of course they may not. They may pull off the 3-game terrorizing comeback reverse sweep. But looking at the draft right now, we see a lot of the same bands coming out for Surely Not CEO. They do not want to see Samaritan on the Mel or the Ziggs. Trindamere coming out as a ban, presumably against our top laner. Uh, what's his name? It's escaping me, but you all saw it. Oh yes, Balzac. Balzac will not be playing Trindamere this game. On the other side, the same bans hold for new league team Pantheon and Bessa Hui, again taking out some of those target selection champs, and what I presume is a unfavorable matchup for Samaritan in the mid lane. But what do we have in the draft? We have a Nico MF Wukong for a new league team. Some setup for some bullet time, you say? A little pop blossom, a little cyclone, locking down 5 team members in one place while MF blasts away with her blunderbusses. Very much on the table. For surely not CEO, it's one of the great poking, sustained bot lanes of Karma Sivir. Karma is one of the best shoving supports in the game. Very hard to keep the lane where you want it. Very easy for Karma to get some prio. And with Sivir at her side, the waves will not stand up long in the bot lane. Meanwhile, Sejuani coming out as the jungle pick for Surely Not CEO. Again, we have a swap for Surely Not CEO. Zohair is going to be in the jungle, while Grant will be in the mid lane. So that's going to be Zohair on Sejuani, unless you believe it's a Sejuani top, which I suppose is not impossible, if perhaps unlikely. We are going to now see maybe an Azir being selected for Surely Not CEO, certainly being hinted at, being suggested, being indicated, and not yet locked. We'll see how that goes. Yes, we have the Azir coming down. That's going to be piloted by Grant for Surely Not CEO. The bans, again, top lane bans in theory, maybe a mid lane on Aurora, but Aurora can be flexed into the top lane, so getting that off the map is going to be helpful for either the mid or top laner of Surely Not CEO. Kale, of course, most likely a top lane ban on the side of new league team, taking out the Syndra and Talia. So really trying to give what's going to be Samaritan's Ari all the opportunity Samaritan wants to punish the lane, to find the roams. Should be a very interesting matchup, potentially a game decisive matchup. The mid lane has been incredibly important in the first 2 games, with the J4 mid pick just falling flat on its face into the very potent Samaritan Morgana, and then Vigar holding their own against Samaritan's Victor, but ultimately not being scaled up enough, not able to do enough damage to overcome the hands and burst of Victor. We now have Set joining us. That's definitely going to be Balzac Set in the top lane. while it looks like a big brawny Urgot will be joining them up there, piloted by the top laner for the CEOs. Oh no, is it Jax? Top lane masters in the chat. What do you like? Do you like Set or Jax in this matchup? It's an incredibly potent one. Once again, whichever champion knows the matchup better can pull off the trades. Maybe get a little help from the jungler. Of course, that Set ultimate into the back line of Surely Not CEO is going to be very scary with a big HP champion like Sejuani available for the grabbing and some very burstable people in the forms of Karma and Sivir on the back line. And I am hearing and seeing action in the waffle, the land of the waffle.
Yes, you are. Now, thank you, Robin DeBank, for that question. I am fortunate to live with two roommates, both for the purposes of splitting rent and for the purposes of consuming waffles. So I can eat a large number of waffles. Do not get me wrong. I believe I've eaten as many as 8 in one sitting, which I think I can do more. But my record for pancakes, now this is when I was a younger man, but my pancake record sits around 21 pancakes.
As you wish.
Now, is that healthy? No. But it is possible, as we are going to see both these teams. And I believe I have 2 waffles, which is the perfect amount for the Cuisinart Belgian round flip double waffle maker. I think I put some of those words in the right order. Additionally, for tonight, because I felt like it, and I am the one who ultimately has to consume these, or find someone to consume them, I lucked into a large amount of white chocolate. So these are going to be white chocolate Belgian style well, not Belgian, I don't have pearl sugar. They are going to have these white chocolate chunks in them, which may burn a little bit, but that might just add to the flavor. Also, I have to root for a new league team here because they picked Wukong, and that was my one trick this season.
I'd rather be home anyway.
So we are going to get, I'm hearing the sounds of the clients. We are going through there. Jurvit doing an absolutely excellent job monologuing while I was away.
You lack judgment.
You know, that would be the smart thing to do, Loki. That would be the smart, educated, and good thing to do. Historically, I don't eat shit else if I'm eating 21 pancakes. You know? There's not really room in the apparatus for additional consumption if 21 pancakes is going to be the target.
That is an intimidating target, Popoba. You are really stretching the gastronomical limits if you go for the 21. Now, what size pancakes are we talking about, though? Are we talking silver dollar pancakes? Are we talking full dinner plate pancakes? I mean, what's the thickness? What's the density? I feel like the impressiveness of this accomplishment is going to be dictated by some of those answers.
Yes. So, what I will say is for that 21 number, what we are talking about is we're talking about pancakes that I would say are approximately 6 to 7 inches in diameter. So not full dinner plate size, but not diminutive either. That are probably about 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch thick. So a decent amount of fluff on them. And then just sort of thrown down my gullet.
Love that. Love that. And what are you washing that down with? Is that are you getting the milk or are you going straight water? Because I'm a little concerned that the density of milk may be an accelerating factor in the gut expansion realm.
Yeah. So currently, what I'm doing is I'm doing iced tea with a little bit of milk in it. So kind of like a milk tea.
Now that's sacrilege to a young Southern boy like myself. Iced tea is meant to be drunk unadulterated with about 8 cups of sugar added to each gallon. Now, how are you taking your tea? Are you taking straight Darjeeling tea, a little English breakfast tea? What kind of tea are you working with?
So what I'm using is I'm using a pretty straight standard black tea steeped overnight with no sugar. So it's an unsweetened iced tea. Likely going to be close to something like a Ceylon, but it's really just, the whatever kind of tea bags you get at the store. Now, if I'm actually making myself a cup of tea, I consume tea in a number of different ways. If I'm making myself a cup of tea, I am using specifically Assam tea because it has a very nice maltiness. And I am putting sugar in that, but I'm also putting milk in that. That's more of like a traditional British style cup of tea.
Yes.
If it's a Tuesday, I'm drinking straight unsweetened iced tea, no milk, and I hose about 7 of those at my local bar.
Love that. And how much vodka are we adding to those 7 teas?
0.
Oh, what a missed opportunity, my friend.
I know, but
Your
I
bartender's
drive.
not too happy with that either. Let me just tell you right now.
I tip well. I tip well.
You better. My goodness. Referee Todd confirming my instincts, my knowledge, my experience. Another good young Southern boy. Sweet tea is the only tea. And the next time you're anywhere south of the Mason-Dixon line, we encourage you to visit your local Bojangles Chicken and Biscuits restaurant for the most incredible, teeth-rotting sweet tea you will ever have in your life.
You know what? Give me 1 second. I will be right back.
Fantastic. More time for me to pump the superiority of sweet tea. No, I really can't. Look, this is one of those regional things. If you've grown up with it, you can't have it any other way. If you've never grown up with it, you might think it is in fact disgusting. As my Midwestern panhandle of Michigan wife certainly does. Not a fan of the Bojangles sweet tea. But let me tell you, folks, on a football Saturday game day, when you go load up a whole bucket of chicken and a big pile of biscuits and a gallon of sweet tea, you are going to be the star of your tailgate. So I encourage you to partake if you have yet to have the opportunity and the pleasure of doing so. And if it turns you off just the mere concept of it, I urge you to broaden your horizons and give it a shot. Now, Popo, are those burn marks I'm looking at, or is that chocolate? What are those?
That is
in there?
It's actually both. It is burned chocolate.
Oh.
Because I put some white chocolate in there.
I thought it's what I saw.
Yeah. Now, I do have something that I'm curious if you can identify by sound alone, since, you're espousing all of this great love for the tea. Do you know what this is?
Ooh.
Just from that pop.
Sound, just from the pop, I'm going to go, and just for the way you set that up, is that a brisk?
It's not a brisk.
Okay.
You're close.
Is that an Arizona?
It is in Arizona. Do you know what variety of Arizona?
Oh, God, no. Well, based on what you said, I'm going to say it's a green tea, Arizona green tea.
That is an Arizona Southern-style sweet tea that I'm bringing out just for you.
Into it. I should have stuck to my guns. I should have stuck to my regional loyalty. I love it so much. Thank you. We Southerners appreciate you, and we're glad to have you join the club.
Well, as another member of that Michigan representative group, I
love that.
Pay a little tribute to y'all. As I do think,
basket? You say the word basket right now?
Basket?
You say it too normally. I'm sorry. I needed a longer, more nasally A in there. But that's all right.
Like a biscuit?
You're a man of the world. Basket. Yeah, there you go. Basket. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I have lived a number of different places at this point that has adjusted my Midwestern accent, my Michigander accent.
There it is.
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit of a noodle fighting up here in the top lane. I wouldn't quite call it a wet noodle fight, though, as it looks to be pretty solid, both from the lamppost and from the fists on the other side.
Those are firm al dente noodles, Popoba, and Jax, of course, is bringing some fish from the river into that fight with him, so they're cooking up something spicy in the top lane.
Yeah. spiced to perfection, perhaps, as level 2 is likely going to come out here in a second for Arcadius and Nedology. They're looking to press that advantage, as we see Terry has claimed that advantage up here in the top lane, looking to crash this wave underneath the turret. Might be looking to do something even a little bit more spicy.
Yeah, you have to do that with Karma Sever. You should be pushing. That is the identity of this lane, and they do it to perfection, forcing out the key combat summoner, a heal from Rexy on the Nico, but trading one back from Karma. So a bit of an even trade as far as the summoners go, but nice lane pressure on both sides of the map for the new.
Yeah, absolutely, and I will say, oh, Wild Terry taking incredibly low there. I'm quite intrigued by the pathing that we're seeing out of this Wukong from 129. Opting to go from the bot to top start here on this Wukong will place him. Ooh, Zoro taking a ton of damage. A nice Q, forcing out the barrier. Is going to mean that his timing for when he hits 6, I think, depending on how much, additional experience he got, is going to be oriented more towards ganking on that top side than it is going to be ganking on that bot side.
Well, there's no doubt about it, Popo, but when you have the election of where to begin your first clears, the jungler is fairly decisive in where your first gank's going to be, as we see Sejuani moving into the
Speaking of
area.
First ganks, there's a big old Poro trying to sniff down Miss Fortune. It's Wild Terry doing a bit of bonk. Grant going in there, making sure that there is space here for Sivir to take that wave, take a turret plate, get a bunch of gold. We can actually take a peek and see that 300 now is going to be the gold difference. 400 as it increases here for Netology here on this Sivir.
Yeah, the one of the big advantages of the early wave push of the Sivir Karma duo is to deny CS to the ADC of the enemy team, and that's exactly what SNC has done. And now we have Good Samaritan on their first roam.
Yeah, Good Samaritan here on the Ahri, looking to find a charm. Wild Cherry not accounting for that one. Is going to be able to find a nice counter-strike, but First Blood going over to Good Samaritan, an absolute star of this series thus far.
Fantastic discipline holding on the charm until you know for sure where Jax is going to be standing. Another just great timing roam using the wave clear of Ahri to free up that opportunity. And again, as you say, Good Samaritan in just another fantastic early game position here heading into this incredibly important game 3.
Everything on the lines. Balzac actually getting taken very low, trying to get this wave under turret, but Wild Terry is going to have to be careful as they are going to be on the receiving end of that wave. Does get that kill. Grant being a gentleman and not taking it.
A real gentleman. As a jungler, I like to say, hey, more KP to the team means more gold to the team. Would have been a net gain had Sejuani gotten a little slight swipe in there, a little lick in there, but recognizing how important it is for their top laner to have the acceleration that full kill goal provides. Nice job by Jax. Wild Terry winning that 1v1, and Sejuani now moves back toward the bot side, looking to sniff out a little something for themselves.
Yeah, a little sniffer-differ here. He's going to be Sejuani with the normally a boar, now going to be a Poro. But I'll say the same level of biology applies. Good at finding mushrooms. Good at, What else are pigs good at finding?
Truffles, which is a type of mushroom, of
Yes.
course. Acorns. Acorns.
Oh.
That is what a lot of the truffle eating hunting pigs eat, as is the Iberico pigs of Spain and Portugal. They eat acorn only. That's what makes them so delicious. For those of you who are vegetarians, I apologize, but I very much am not. And to be quite clear, pigs will eat anything. They are about as omnivorous as it gets. If you've seen the sequel to Silence of the Lambs, Red Dragon.
Wild Terry going to be using that ultimate here. Balzac going to be taken quite low. Does not have that haymaker anymore, and Wild Terry picking up a solo kill, while Grant, on the other side of the map, picks up that first dragon. And I think maybe for the first time in this series, we've got 1,000, well, not quite, 700 gold lead here for the side of SNC.
It is just what the doctor ordered, Popoba. We have the first objective. We have the 2 kills on the Jax. We have a nice CS lead going on in the bot lane. And we have even Azir with a little bit of a CS edge, though, of course. Ari was able to make that up with the kill run. And we've got some action happening in the jungle of Wukong. Wukong is edge toe-to-toe.
Yeah, Grant looking for a little bit of an aggressive invade. Has that level 6, as does Wukong, though, with the Cyclone. Wukong, a champion who kind of starts to come online only once he hits this level 6. Grant really looking to play. Yeah, has the red, and yeah, 129, just not going to fight that one. That's going to be Grant getting a nice little lead against 129 here. As they're going to look to go play in the mid lane. Charm's going to land with a Good Samaritan, but here comes the Glacial Prison. So we're going to swoop back over to bot lane. Wild Terry looking in the top lane. Haymaker not going to be utilized yet from Balzac. Does have that available. Uses the ultimate, uses the W, but it doesn't look like it's enough. Alone, a Wild Terry claims the feat of warfare.
The Fisherman is just running over the Boxer right now. The Street Brawler falling to the peaceful River Monk. But in the bot lane, the discs are flying hot and heavy for Sivir. The energy of Karma is pushing the wave under the tower, and a 22 CS lead is opening up. Meanwhile, Good Samaritan struggling to hold on to their health bar after that drive-by from Sejuani. Everything is going exactly as you would hope if you're surely not CEO trying to stave off a 3-0 elimination.
Yeah, and it's looking really, really strong right now for the side of Surely Not CEO. Over 1,000 gold lead now in their pocket early, as well as
that is
2...
not Zoro, folks, if you're unclear. That is not Zoro.
Yes, that is going to be the Nico pretending to be Zoro up here in the lane, as Zoro is farming down bot. Likely going to be called out by the side of SNC, but who knows?
Yep, they ping the Nico.
Zoro now in the real, going to be a little bit in trouble. Arcadius going to be able to find a route underneath the turret. The receiving end of the ultimate almost takes Arcadius out. Arcadius going to be forced to utilize the heal. And now 129 trying to find the catch-up. Has W, has Flash. They can get that. That's not 129. That's right, C!
Oh, none of us can keep track of who these champions are. We should have been a little tipped off by the heal that popped out of Rexy in the chase there. Unfortunately, not able to get close enough to pop the Blossom, but does force out the flash from Technology. A really good defense by Zoro, holding off the kill, knocking down the health bars of the Surely Not CEO bot lane, forcing them back under their tower and now back to their base, managing to really sort of just deny right now and closing the CS lead a little bit. So really nice job by Zoro in the solo lane for a few minutes, and Rexy will have the Pop Blossom the next time those 4 meet.
Yeah, unfortunately, Little Robot Man, I don't have the sprinkles anymore. I used all of them. So all I've got right now is the white chocolate, which appears to not be a very good choice. But they're there in spirit, if that helps. So we're going to see TP coming out here now, up from the mid lane, looking to help out Wild Terry from the roam on Good Samaritan, who has 2 more charges of that dash. But Pink's coming out here because who else is available? It's going to be that Wukong Charm's going to be good here. On to Azir. That's going to be a face breaker, Haymaker, Shuffle going to go back. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Balzac going to be able to pick up their kill of the game. As now, underneath the turret, a Wild Terry trying to escape. There's 3 members that can close in here, and they're going to be suppressed. They're going to be shut down, and that is going to be a new league team biting back in this series. Meanwhile, though, a ton of stun coming out here from Grant, who will pick up Good Samaritan with a nice flash follow over the wall.
The dreaded smite kill, I believe, from Grant after that nifty little engagement with Good Samaritan gets a little something back for
129. I don't know if you want this. It's going to utilize that Cyclone, but it's going to be stunned up here. The W not quite going to land from Grant. The Haymaker could be enough to stun. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. And meanwhile, in the bot lane, the volley takes out Netology, and Arcadius is forced to run for the hill as it's bullet time down in the bot lane. And Zoro, well, doesn't get the kill, but will get control over the lane for now.
Rexy just misses the double kill. Regardless, it's a fantastic turn of events for a new league team. They are absolutely equalized now. The gold is very good. Look at the state of this.
Wild Terry 1v2ing up here. They're going to have to bring up Good Samaritan. Is going to be able to find a stun. Is going to be able to find a kill. And they're far enough away from Good Samaritan that Good Samaritan is going to have to utilize the ultimate. Wild Terry is looking like they might be able to just get out of here. One more ultimate charge from Good Samaritan, but Wild Terry getting away with highway robbery.
Wild Terry exploiting their lead, exploiting the hands, looking very comfortable and cool on the Jax, going under the tower into a set, and Wukong sending the jungler for a new league team into the Nexus, into the gray screen, while Grant is going to get a relatively free dragon.
Oh, Rexy has to be careful here. There's going to be a Grant coming over the wall. There's going to be a stun coming through soon enough, and that is going to be a Heartsteel stack for Grant and a dead support. Lots of pings. Lots of pings. Grant wanting to invade. That's going to be a charm, though. Good Samaritan going to be on the receiving end of quite a bit of crowd control, and that's going to be a dead mid laner. 1-for-1 will be the trade. But Grant,
more Heartsteel stack for Grant, a kill for Grant.
Ooh, Wild Terry, Balzac looking to just take the turret, is going to be able to get it, but they might trade their life for it. Wild Terry is going to be able to pick that one up. But that, I believe, was the first turret in favor of a new league team.
Absolutely, very much needed, getting a little bit of a feat accomplishment, getting some big gold onto the set, who's already, is doing reasonably well considering how strong Jax is. Set is finding their opportunities, stacking some gold as well. We just have a whole lot of events transpiring, Popoba. I do think they're generally still on the side of the Surely Not CEO squad. Every time something good has seemingly pulled a new league team back into the game, the SNC squad finds an answer and a response. And right now, you see what that's giving them. It's giving them Grant total control over 129's jungle.
Yeah, 129 though, doesn't want to give it up. Going in here with the Cyclone, Wild Terry going to be on the receiving end, but Wild Terry does not care. Rexy going to be on the other side. Wild Terry going to be living just from the redemption, and now Netology is here. Azir is here. They have to be careful of Balzac, but that Haymaker not going to land the way they want it to. Zoro's going to have to flash out. Health bar so incredibly low. Grant in the middle of 5 members, but pushing forward. Azir here. Shuffle available. Is going to go forward. Is going to look for it. And despite the low health bars, not an individual will die. I may have spoke too soon. Balzac gonna find a Haymaker, gonna do a decent amount of damage. One more tick is gonna do it. Now that's 1 kill for all of that fighting.
Yeah, all that fighting and, a kill, some, again, control over the jungle and positioning for the next topside objective, the Rift Herald being available. I do think we're going to have tempo up for SNC to get in position to claim that objective. We see Wukong and R on the bot side of the map. Jax, of course, very strong. Wild Terry, very comfortable, knowing they have the outs if they need it. Let's see if Rift Herald goes down more or less immediately after Grant clears this red. And we really just have a whole lot of good things happening for Surely Not CEO. Let's see if they can keep up the momentum.
Yeah, Wild Terry going over the wall. It's going to be dodged there. You know what I'm going to say? This is a sidebar. The sugar in the waffles, I don't think it fully burned. it tastes like just caramelized, and it's actually very good.
Oh, nice. That is the hope, and, you know, particularly when you see those scorch marks, the dread is, oh no, we've gone too far, and we're going to have an acrid, sort of sugary mess. But I'm relieved to hear that the first batch of waffles is a success, as is the Rift Herald capture on the side of SNC. All things going waffle, all things going for the Surely Not CEO squad.
Yeah, and it looks like, for whatever reason, this composition may have been what Surely Not CEO need to get back in this.
You definitely get the sense, particularly on Jax, that there's a lot of comfort going on right now. And to be clear, Terry has had a good series. Terry was very strong on Zion in the top lane, had the potential to get some things going on Aatrox, just capping a lot of kills with Sylas. So Terry continues to show that they can win the top lane. The question is, can it be translated, right, into the fives and help their team out? That is going to be much easier in this game than it has been in the games past, because we have a strong Azir, we have a strong Sedge. Wukong has to flee at the sight of that Poro, and Sivir is sitting up 40 CS on top of MF with a lot of turret gold as well. So SNC is going to be able to hold in the 4 to delay until Jax can arrive and make it a 5.
Yeah, Grant might be in a little bit of trouble here. Able to dash out, though. Very mobile on that board. And that's going to be the Glacial Prison, and that's going to be a dead support as Grant and Azir just go ahead and delete the enemy support. Now, I'm sure this Drake will go uncontested. Loki, I'm so sorry. I don't have any more chocolate chips with me. And I don't have any swirls of preserves to apply to the waffles, but your request is noted for potential future topping combinations.
Yeah, I love that. A little fruit, you know, to leaven out the heaviness of the waffle batter is never wrong. So it's a great suggestion. The Dragon does go down with that hope of contest from a new league team, and right now with a 4K gold lead at almost 20 minutes, with 3 Dragons on board, with 3 Grubs on board, with the Rift Herald on board, SNC has everything going their way, and it's going to be very difficult for a new league team to find the opportunities that will let them equalize this.
Grant playing incredibly aggressively here, forced to flash away.
Yeah, Grant playing aggressively, but also very careful.
Flash forward, 129 is looking for blood. They're going to utilize the Cyclone, but Arcadius, very speedy individual, is going to be able to find that one Balzac. Going to be the recipient with their double tunneler.
Karma, very difficult to lock down, but when you've got 5 people, it gets a lot easier, and that's exactly what happened to Arcadius just now. Grant on the Sejuani, I've noticed very, very careful and judicious in their use of the Sejuani dash, which is an incredibly powerful disengage tool. You normally think of it as a great way to set up kills, but if you're patient, if you're comfortable, and especially if you have a lead, you can just walk at people, auto-attack them a few times, and if help shows up, you just queue on out of there.
Yeah, great call out here from new lead team. Otacon falling, Wild Terry is going to be here. It's going incredibly low already, though, and that's going to be a nice set ultimate to prevent any kind of interference, as that is going to be the Otacon going out, but now we have Glacial Prison going to be utilized on Good Samaritan here. Good Samaritan finds a good charm, but surely they are going to fall either to Terry or to Grant on the other side. 2 members going to be picked up, and Rexy also going to be taken out, as that is going to be a full-blown ace. 30 seconds left here. They're going to look to put a significant dent here into the base of a new league team, as well as expanding their own personal gold lead to a commanding 7,000.
It's a commanding 7,000, but it's the curse of the 5-man Atacon tank. It's so dangerous. The objective is so tanky, it takes forever to kill it. And if the enemy team is all on the map, they are either going to have time to contest it and take it back from you, or they're going to kill you all when they show up and you've all taken 50-60% of your health bar from the Atacon. That's exactly what happened to a new league team, I really I think the meta is still unclear on when the right time to take the Otacon is. If you are attempting to do it with the 5 enemy team members still on the map, you are taking your life and potentially the game in your hand. I'm a little concerned that the new league team may have just thrown this one into the pockets of SNC.
Yeah. It is certainly looking commanding here, and it is a little bit of a different story than what we've been seeing all night. When new league team was winning the games, they had a pretty significant kill lead, but oftentimes the overall gold lead remained relatively small until the sort of last push, where it would balloon significantly. Whereas here, I feel like SNC have sort of gotten themselves a lead and really sort of put up a wall, have not made a ton of mistakes, are just sort of like marching ahead. So is that what this team needs to win? Do they just need an early advantage?
I think an early advantage is incredibly important. I also think having the first truly enormous top laner unleashed on the Rift is paying off massive dividends. A Wild Terry is just a total terror.
As is Grant here, looking to do so much damage by their Lonesome onto Good Samaritan. They are going to be the receiving end of a Cyclone, though, and they are going to also be on the receiving end of some support from their team. Balzac going to be looking to do damage on to them, and a nice shuffle is going to be able to keep Grant alive as Netology takes him down. Zoro going to be the next target. Arcadius flashing forward, getting the flash out of Good Samaritan. 129 and Good Samaritan, the only members of their team left on that play, as Wild Terry is knocking on the Nexus door. And I think a reverse sweep might just be in play.
It is still in play, Pacoba. SNC says we're not going anywhere.
Oh, beautiful out there from Ricey. Yeah, it's not done yet. Respawn timers are coming through in the next 10 seconds or so here, but a Wild Terry, too much damage.
It wasn't done then, but it is done now. SNC sends the entirety of a new league team back to the Nexus, back to the gray screen, and sends this series to Game 4.
Game 4 out of 5. Match point still here for the new league team, but signs of life coming out of SNC.
You love to see it, Papoba. As much as new league team looked incredibly dominant in the first 2 games, as much as they and their fans would have loved to just march on to a undeniable 3-0 victory, they are playing against the number 2 team in this league who beat them 2-0 during the regular season. So Surely Not CEO says, we are surely not done. We have a lot more cooking to do. We need to see a lot more waffles going into the Cuisinart, and so we need a Game 4. Surely Not CEO stands and delivers. Let's see what they can come up with for this next critical matchup.
Yeah. And do you think it was the waffles? Do you think I did this?
Listen, you've heard of the butterfly effect. You know, you change one thing and it causes ripples throughout the world, which you cannot foresee. So the scent of the waffles, the aroma of the slightly charred chocolate, maybe it was even the burning of the chocolate itself that made all the difference. We will never know, for we cannot live in the alternate universe in which you did not make the waffles. So we're just going to assume the waffles had some effect.
You're welcome. Surely Not CEO, if you're listening. So Hare, Terry, Grant Torino, any of y'all, you know, I accept Venmo, PayPal. Oh my goodness. All right, well, now, something I'm looking at here, if, you know, we're considering that this is a fearless draft, is, well, gosh, there's 30 champions that can no longer be picked here.
You think, But Bubba, you think that's going to start to come into play? This is where Fearless gets exciting. This is where it gets truly interesting. We have you would have to think almost all the comfort picks are gone. Almost all the easily constructed comps are gone. People are going to start to feel the pinch. The only thing maybe going for surely not CEO, is that they've made so many personnel changes throughout the course of this series that it's hard to pin down exactly where people are pinched and where there's still plenty of opportunity available for them. So perhaps that is some of the theory crafting of their personnel swaps, that they still have a lot of comfort champions available with these new players. On the side of new league team, they've been very consistent and comfortable building what I would call fairly conventional and standard drafts that have generally worked well for them until that very strong game 3 from Surely Not CEO. Let's see if the convention starts to go out the window as we move deeper into the Fearless draft.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is an advantage for Surely Not CEO, where they've been, bringing on these new players, swapping their players to different roles. So the sort of flexibility in their overall roster is an absolute credit to them here, giving them, some new breaths, some new pools to pull from as we go later and later into this series.
Yeah, it just makes the ban targets from new league team much harder to land, right? It's much harder to correctly assess and ban out the enemy champion pools when the enemy keeps changing from game to game. It's no longer the guy, the player, the person that you thought you were banning out in the previous draft. So we are, going to be very interested to see who it is that actually shows up for Surely Not CEO. Are they going to run the same lineup that they just ran in the last game? Are they going to switch it back to an earlier lineup from games 1 or 2? Are those bans going to stay the same for both sides, which have been fairly stable and consistent throughout this series? Or are things about to get a little wild and hairy deep into this Fearless series?
I hope things get a little wild and hairy. I hope we get, some crazy picks. I want to see champions going into lanes that you've never even dreamed of. I want to see, oh gosh.
Give it to me. Give it to me. What's your wildest dream right now, Popoba? What do you want to see just out of pocket, out of mind, left field, wildcat pick? Which champion and where?
This is not that wild, but for some reason, my heart is telling me Mordekaiser Jungle.
Yes.
That's what my heart
See,
says.
I was going in a similar direction. I was going to say Mundo Jungle.
I like it. I like a Mundo Jungle enjoyer. Yeah.
But we're both on, tank AP, scary junglers, right? Emerging from the shadows, very hard to stop the forward advance. I would love to see something like that. I wouldn't be surprised to see Grant be on something like that. The Sejuani looked very comfortable and is not totally dissimilar from the kind of champions we're talking about.
Yeah. Sejuani looked really good there for Grant. Gonna be interesting to see if they switch up their roster again at all, if they leave people in pretty similar positions. I know Sejuani is a fairly easy jungler to play. Not criticizing Grant there at all, but I'm wondering how deep the pool goes here for this mid laner. I feel like I have seen Gran Torino play jungle before, so maybe it's just, folks like to swap around a lot, and this is kind of just where they've landed for this season.
Well, and I had thought, Popova, I had thought that in the last game, the announcement was that Grant was going mid and Zohair was going jungle. So I guess I misunderstood that, and the only real change was in the support lane. But surely not CEO. That they clearly have some tricks up their sleeve. The Jarvan 4 mid first game, it didn't pan out, but there was a vision there, right? There was something in the back of their mind how this was going to carry them in that game one. And in games 2 and 3, we've seen personnel swaps. Surely not CEO. Surely will not be coming at this next draft, game 4, in any kind of conventional sense. They are going to be looking for an edge, and I can't wait to see what they're cooking up.
Yeah, both teams looking to find the angle here as we enter the fourth game of this potential 5-game series. Now, my body would like it to end here. My body would like New League Team to finish this out so that I can stretch and go to the grocery store and prepare myself for tomorrow morning, where I will be waking up at 7 to cast the next game, which I believe is an LCS playoff match. LCS
yes.
being our absolutely highest league, between two veteran rosters, the Glue Eaters and Team Fried Chicken. Team Fried Chicken, who are related, certainly, to Surely Not CEO in terms of sharing many players and experiences across the two. Not this season, but I have seen those players mingle with those players, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, Papoba. And the other thing that makes sense is that you will be cooking up something amazing for breakfast, and it will not be me joining you on the cast because I will be luxuriating in a long lie-in after I go to bed here on the East Coast. We're approaching 11 o'clock, so I don't care. I don't care if we go to a 5. My body is ready to rock and roll. I am fueled up. I am ready to see this thing through to the absolute nth degree, and then I will go sleep a blissful sleep and join you all in the viewing audience later in the morning. But so who is going to be joining you in the booth?
Yes, so tomorrow morning, I believe I'm going to be having a TriCast with a couple of old classic co-casters of mine, Jackie Boy and Val, both members of the booth and both members of the content team. And yeah, we've had some good TriCast, the three of us, before. It's a bit of an El Clasico. So very excited to see that. Now, I'm also very excited to see, speaking of which, what is getting picked here in this game. We've got Ziggs for New League Team. We've got Ivern for Surely Not CEO. Assuming, no, they switch sides. No, why? Why? On the last time, on the last one.
Baited. They baited us, Papoba, but that means it's going to be 1-2-9 on what might be my current favorite jungler, Ivern. Ivern is absolutely terrifying on the Rift right now. So hard to play into. So many things that Ivern offers you. Fast clear, lots of time available in the lanes for ganking, lots of shield and sustain and delay, engage, disengage. Ivern is an amazing pick. It's also a very bold pick. New league team is looking to have a statement game on Ivern. I do expect to see some very heavy melee engaged champions available so that Ivern can throw the trigger seed on them. Yeah, and there it is. Come on, give me that Nautilus. That's a perfect Ivern partner. Amazing, amazing draft so far for New League Team. I love it as an Ivern player. I think it's great. On the other side, Ziggs finally makes it through after being banned throughout this series. Ziggs goes over to Surely Not CEO. That's going to be a bot lane Ziggs, we assume anyway, with Aurora and Nefiri picked behind them. Possibly mid Nefiri Aurora top, probably Nefiri jungle Aurora mid. We'll have to see how the rest of the draft plays out. But a very interesting draft, and this is what you get in a long Fearless series. Game 4 offering up some surprises already. Let's see how these teams round it out.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see the amount of trust that New League Team are putting here. Or hang on. My brain is melting. Did I get that right? New League Team are on the right. New League Team are on the right. Yes.
The
Okay. Great.
icons have not swapped. So
No.
the surely not
Yes.
CEO icon remains with new league team, but the head, there we go. Now it's all lined up. We've got it right. We knew what we were doing all along. This
I
is
just
what you
had to
pay
hit the
for.
transition button. I just
This is why. Well, this is why we charge such exorbitant fees to our fans of the low budget LCS league to get this quality of production. It's what you all paid for. Your schmeckles go to a good cause, and I hope you're all enjoying what we're cooking up.
yeah. Can you smell what the low budget LCS is cooking? Because I certainly
Oh
can.
baby, oh
Um,
baby.
as
Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia, I actually really like this as a dual threat composition here from New League Team. You've got Cass for your AP damage, you've got Kog'Maw for your AD damage, and then you've got shielding for either one if one of them takes off. Ivern, the biggest single target shield source in the game, along with a fair amount of CC and crowd control to sort of help keep them safe. I would love to see another sort of beef boy top lane to sort of help keep the Cass and the Kog'Maw comfortable and not doved on by an Fury or a Gnar or an Aurora
Or an Alistar.
or an Alistar, as it does look like this is going to be Ziggs bot lane.
It is a Ziggs bot lane. No, it is a Ziggs bot lane. It absolutely has to be. Well, I'll tell you what I want to see, and all my top lane mains can tell me why this is a terrible idea. But is this an Ornn angle?
I would not hate an Ornn angle here. I would say I do feel like Ornn CC is a little bit more geared towards engage than it is peeling. On the other hand, it looks like they are hovering Jace. Olaf gonna sneak its way through, banned in the earlier steps of this series. An absolutely huge pick here for Terry. The last time it was seen between these two teams, they went 9-2-3 on this champion up here in the top lane.
And let's not minimize that in the slightest. Terry has been, to some extent, the carry for a new league team, has been the player that has been viable and strong in every single game up to this game 4. And I agree with you. Somehow, Olaf slips through. We lost track of it. I lost track of it. You lost track of it. And surely not CEO must have either lost track or made a choice, because here it is, a champion that was devastating the last time these two teams met. And in the hands of Terry, I expect a whole lot of action in that top lane and a big, big backline diving barbaric berserker supported by Ivern shields when we get to those 5-on-5s.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this game. It is a very different style of composition for both of these two teams here. I'm worried for surely not CEO. I think their composition can work well in theory. However, late game, lacking an AD carry, and playing into a Cassiopeia and a Kog'Maw. Wait a minute, hang on. My brain short-circuited. The Olaf is being played against Terry.
Oh, you're right. You're right. We have flopped sides, so it is going to be Balzac on the Olaf, which is a great takeaway. But regardless, I share your concern, Popoba. The new league team draft is very scary late game. Ivern is an incredibly scaling jungler. Once we get to those incredibly fast camp clears, and once we get to 3 items, which in the meta that I find to be most effective on Ivern involves the healing shielding items, including Dawn Core, 3rd item. I mean, those shields are enormous, and they are coming up every 3 seconds or so. It's a very tough team to play into, and the damage for surely not CEO feels a little light and a little indeterminate. The Ziggs pick always leads you to think, okay, we can probably be safe farming in lane. We will be viable from a gold standpoint. We'll probably knock down a tower or two. But when it comes to the team fight, do the abilities land where they need to land? Will they have the impact they need to have? The AD damage for Surely Not CEO comes almost all from Nefiri, with some from Gnar, of course. But I do wonder whether the damage is going to be there when Nautilus, Olaf, Cassiopeia are all being buffed by Ivern while Kog'Maw just sits in the back throwing in Barrage.
Yeah, I do kind of love this composition out from New League team. And also, I need to shame everyone in chat here for a moment. Put your schmeckles on this match. Have some conviction in your analysis skills. You know, you can. I believe in you. I can't do it, because then I can't choose the decision, because of course, you know, there would be bias. But you viewer, and yes, I'm talking to you specifically.
That's right, you.
Particularly if you're high, I am especially talking to you.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, let that paranoia sink in. Put your schmeckles on one of these squads. Pick your favorite, and send it out. You know?
Put your schmeckles where your mouth is. Let's go. Who wants what?
If I'm betting, it's an easy 10K on New League team for me. If you want a little bit of a preview into what I think is going to happen here in this game.
And let's not forget that New League team is up 2-1, and we're decisively up 2-1. Surely Not CEO pulled out a great game 3. I do feel like they had exactly the comp they needed. I feel a little less so in this game, and so I have to agree with you, Popoba, as much as I want to create some market energy on the other side of the bet so we can hedge and make sure the house always win. I might have to join you in predicting New League team here in game 4 and taking this series 3-1. But chat, call us liars. Dare us to be wrong. Put your schmeckles on the table and show us where you stand.
Show us. Show us all where you stand and how good you are at predicting victories in League of Legends matches between... And have I mentioned yet that these are 100% homegrown North American squads? That's what we're dealing with here, you know? When you come to low budget LCS, you get to watch a North American team fight another North American team. We are going to be into our spectator delay here. We're just going to wait for everything to set up into this game. I am excited to see where everything goes. I think the Ivern squad has my vote. However, early game could prove tricky. I think that there's a lot of CC and a lot of burst damage, specifically out of Aurora and Ziggs, that could find a Kog'Maw, could find a Cassiopeia, could even find an Ivern. So we'll have to... my brain is dying. We'll have to watch out for that here. The score right now is 2-1 in favor of New League team. You'll see that represented by our corianders when we get to the in-game screen. As I'm realizing...
Where can I get corianders, Popoba? Because that is, I feel like that's not widely available. So tell me I'm wrong, and where can I pick some up?
I think that you'd have to talk to Buggle. As far as I know, Buggleberry Finn is the only person I've ever seen acquire a coriander beer.
Are you sure he did not make it in his basement and tell you it was a real beer?
He may have. That is possible. I mean, never put anything past that goblin man. You know, he's done many things in the past. He's sent bug assassins at LeChance. He's, you know, been instrumental in the incident known as Schmecklegate, which if you are unfamiliar with, definitely don't go to YouTube and search Schmecklegate from the Low Budget LCS YouTube channel. It's not. There's nothing there. There's nothing to be found. There was
why would you
no
Google it?
impropriety from anyone, especially not the Mighty Fool. Especially not the Mighty Fool, who is not.
You'd be wasting your monthly Google credits, to go and Google that. You want to save those for important Googlings.
What a dystopian future.
Don't do that. Yes, let's not project. Let's not minority report this thing too hard. As the spectator delay is about to end, and we are entering what could be a decisive game 4, I do want to quickly give a shout out to ARAM Mayhem, folks. If you have not joined the madness, joined the movement, joined the fun, I urge you to do it right now. Are you sick of old ARAM? Is Summoner's Rift too stressful for you? Well, ARAM Mayhem is the game for you. Now, my heart will always have a special place for Nexus Blitz, and no modified game will ever equal that in my eyes. But ARAM Mayhem is making a run for that money, and I hope to see you all out there soon.
Yeah, it's quite fun. I mean, augments are simply one of the better ideas that have been brought to League of Legends. Oh, we are seeing a 5-man bot play here out of the side of New League team. They have
which is 100% correct with Ivern and Nautilus. You should always be invading with Ivern and Nautilus.
And Netology, he is going to be able to just place a nice little ward and walk away.
Correct play by Technology, recognizing also that if they show up, there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Your Alistar Ziggs, I mean, what could you possibly do into this terrifying front line of the New League team? So a lot of wandering around in empty jungle, which will, of course, tell New League team that they were spotted, because there simply would have to be somebody there if you had been successful in your surprise. So you have to now know, if you're a New League team, that there's a ward somewhere in this red side jungle. They're going to be watching Ivern move around the map, and there goes the 129 ward, just to ensure there's nobody lurking around that corner.
Mm-hmm. Just making sure that everything is on hold up and up. We are going to get in the laning here. We do see Ivern starting on the bot side. Of course, Ivern, I don't even remember at this point how to cycle Ivern camps. I don't remember where that means he's going to end up.
You've got the exact right person on the cast with you right now, Popova, because I can tell you 100% where it's going to be.
Ooh, speaking of where it's going to be, that hook is going to be on Arcadius. He headbutts Zoro away to prevent the damage.
The Ziggs traded nicely with that Q there. Now, interestingly, 129 is doing something that I would consider a little non-traditional, potentially aggressive, and unfortunately for him, it's going to be spotted out because there is a ward from Surely Not CEO on that blue. Traditionally, what I would do, Popova, is I would mark all 6 camps. And I always like to generally focus my bot lane, especially with my Nautilus deck. Mm-hmm. So I would be starting on Raptors, and I would mark Raptors up through the top side of my red, and then over to the blue side, mark all those camps, then go back, pick them up, and come back into bot lane, level 4, with about 30 seconds left on the Scuttle Crab timer. That is what I think of as a traditional Ivern approach. But what Ivern is doing here is a little offside, going for the level 3 look top, but Gnar sees it and walks away safely. So now Ivern needs to get this top scuttle, which you get immediately with your smite, go pick up the Krugs, and then either look top or mid. And it looks like we're going to get the mid even before
mid look, Aurora. O'Hare is going to have to be careful here, as that's a lot of good damage. The root is good, but the counter damage on a good Demerison almost lands as well, but that is going to be first blood for the mid laner of New League team.
very well executed by 129 with Samaritan. It's exactly what you want to do with early game Ivern. Just find something. You have a lot of extra time with Ivern. You're not spending time on your camps. You're just marking and moving. And so that let 129 appear top lane, which may have created a little false comfort in the Aurora of Zohair in the mid lane, and ultimately leads to their death.
Yeah. They will fall. And I have 129 spotted out here.
Board. Yeah, so Terry's just going to be very calm and chill and stay under the tower. 129 doesn't care. Just go back and pick up the camp. But here comes Grant looking for something in the bot lane.
Yeah. Looking underneath that turret, but Zoro is still very healthy.
Yeah, not much there, and that's one of the traps that Ivern can lead you into if you're playing against it as the jungler of the anti-Ivern team. Is you feel the pressure to be as present in the lane as Ivern is. You're not going to be. You have to actually farm your camps. You have to be in your jungle to do that. Ball sack.
Ooh, nice big fight here down to the bot lane. Zoro taking a lot of damage, but dealing a lot as well. Level 4 now, going to be on the side of the 6. And Ziggs really is very annoying. As Arcadius flash forward, bonk back is going to be available. Flash away from Zoro. Netology looking to do the damage. It's not quite going to be enough, as now here comes 129. And Arcadius might be in a little bit of trouble. Q, I think, has to be available. There it is for Rixey, and that's going to be a root, and that's going to be a dash forward. Zoro gets caught out by the bouncing Bambo.
Well, both sides playing into exactly their champion's strength, right? We have the Nautilus ability to just keep going forward, knowing that Ivern is coming up rapidly behind them, will keep them safe and bursty upon arrival. But Technology able to just keep walking away, maintaining some distance, keep throwing things into the fight until finally Zoro takes one step too far, and the Technology Q finds its mark.
Grant's been sniffed out, but Arcadius is here as well, and I don't think Good Samaritan knows that. Here comes the cow over the wall, but Balzac being here is going to mean there might be other troubles. Arcadius now is going to be the target, as lots of crowd control lands, and they're going to give themselves up. Red team gets the Feat of Warfare, and that is going to be 2 kills for Good Samaritan.
And the Feat of Warfare goes over early once again to a new league team. Ivern, and it has 100% KP. It's absolutely terrorizing the map right now. Grant feeling the pressure.
CC immune. Here goes Balzac, but Grant up here in the top lane. Balzac has to be careful as they're going to take a ton of damage.
Great rotate by Grant, recognizing the danger. Terry, not afraid to take the fight, even into the face of that scary Olaf ult. Technology caught out a little bit.
Yep. That's just going to be Nautilus damage, which is going to be pretty alright for now.
Pretty alright. In those later fights, Nautilus is going to be immediately shielded by Ivern, which will slow anybody who's still standing near that Nautilus, even after he hooks them, setting up more CC. So it's just going to be chain after chain of CC.
Rexy goes in. Arcadius going to be receiving any of the damage, but that is a tanky boy.
Cows do not fear hooks terribly much, have many ways to manage them, including just the basic existence of cow. So Arcadius doing what they need to do, unfortunately has died 2 times here in the early going, giving some acceleration over to the side of a new league team. They're going to look for another bot play to try to roll into this dragon.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at this.
Not quite.
They do not know Ivern is there. Ivern has not been seen on vision.
Yeah, flash forward, Rixey gonna be able to find a nice route with 129. That is going to be beef for dinner. Zoro gonna be on the receiving end, and they're not done. They want to look for Netology, but they got off a little bit more than they can chew. And Rixey gonna be the return kill here, as gold goes dead even for SNC and NLT.
Just a little too far, not quite enough damage yet, not quite enough itemization.
Ooh, here comes the Olaf ultimate. Is it going to be enough to get Wild Terry? Wild Terry pretty fast, but also getting taken very low. And Grant here again. Can they save their man in the top lane? Not quite. Grant now going to be 1 versus 1 and will be able to find the kill. So a trade, and also a trade of objectives as new league team go ahead and look to pick up this Windrake.
1-for-1 in the top lane, and yes, I think it's going to be a handshake trade of the, I believe, is that Chemdrake that went over to new league team while CEO takes the grub. So can SNC get that early lane pressure that you need? You know, Ziggs on 3 grubs is going to feel very good at some point in this game, whether that's now, whether that's later. Ziggs is obviously a power monster, and with grubs even more so. I do think that's a pretty nice trade if you're SNC.
Yeah, SNC certainly going to take that one, bring themselves up to parity. Ooh, and now Aurora looking in on 129. Grant going to be available as well. That's certainly going to be a dead tree. Good play there from SNC is Wild Terry. Gonna go Mega. Arcadius, mid lane. Good Samaritan is going to be on the receiving end of a little bit of trouble. They don't need to bonk you. If they're already in melee range, you're going to be thrown back into the squad on the receiving end. Looking to do some damage. Forcing the flash out of Zohair there on the Aurora, but ultimately is going to be a dead snake. And SNC sort of pick up the reins and take control of this game here.
Yeah, everything in the last, I'd say, 60, 90 seconds, ever since those objectives went down, is going in the direction of SNC. The invade top was very successful. Ivern going down, Camps going down, leading to...
Wild Terry, though, has to be careful. This is a speedy, ghosting Olaf who gets one more auto. Balzac gonna take him down.
Balzac behind on CS, but clearly strong in the 1v1 against Terry. Gnar, the CC immune ult really cancels a lot of what makes Gnar great when the Mega comes online. So Balzac is going to be just the kind of scary Olaf we were forecasting during Champ Select. But on the other side, Grant is getting everything they need to be an effective counter to the Ivern. Yes, you're going to be doing a lot of shielding as Ivern, but a 3-0 Profane Hydra Nefiri with a whole lot of CS is going to be a scary damage dealer who might be able to just chew right through all those shields in these mid-game team fights.
Absolutely. And speaking of chewing through shields, I wonder if we may even see this game a Serpent's Fang.
Be shocked if we did not, Popoba. It is the next item I expect to see Nefiri building. Could be working on it now with that Dirk coming online. It is the best item to get if you have an AD damage dealer against an Ivern, and right now the acceleration on Nefiri absolutely allows them to spend gold in that direction.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are going to see gank top lane. Not going to end up being anything.
Away.
Watch out! Daisy Stampede!
Grant going to be available as well, potentially.
Yeah, Grant just forces...
Flash forward is going to be a nice route found there onto Netology. Zoro looking to do the damage. Satchel Charge is going to buy some distance, but Zoro going to be able to get forward. Shut down on to the Bombo guy in the bot lane. 129. Looking for Grant. We've seen this happen before. Grant just able to jump over the wall, though. You see Grant now going into Rexy. Rexy going to be finding themselves in position they may not want, but the shields are so big from 129. Arcadius here as well. Going to be able to picking that one up. Another good point in the column for SNC. However, I do want to point out, given the overall compositions, SNC have to win their early game. Yes. It is a requirement for their victory that they are ahead at this point. So the fact that it might be a little bit dicey is Good Samaritan. Nice flash. Good ultimate. Arcadius is going to be able to find a stun, and Grant and Aurora should be able to take this down as they come off the back end. But speaking of taking things down, top lane, we're not going to see it happen.
I completely agree with you, Popoba. The early game needed to go well. Oh boy.
And we're fighting again. Grant now going to be the target in the jungle, as here comes the bomb over top. Zoro looking to do damage, is going to be able to take out Arcadius, but Netology doesn't have the damage, and Aurora, Zohair finding the pop. Now Grant just marching forward regardless of their personal health. And it will be absolutely worth it. 2,000 gold is going to be the lead tier for Surely Not CEO.
Well, I spoke too soon. I thought it was about to flip against Surely Not CEO, but they had the numbers advantage, and they have the wallet difference right now, and it showed itself right there. Just not enough shielding yet and tankiness from the Nautilus-Ivory combo to help Nautilus get out of there. I do think there's still plenty of time for scaling. The gold is not at all out of reach. The dragon is nice on the side of the new league team, but Surely Not CEO is getting exactly the kind of start to this game that they need. Now we'll see if the scaling can take effect, or if Surely Not CEO is able to accelerate their lead.
Ooh, speaking of, Wild Terry is going to be able to be clinically taken out there underneath the turret by 129 and Balzac. A nice chunk of change back in the new league team's pocket.
Nice chunk of change. It is likely, almost certainly, going to be a dragon trade for that kill. But I'm telling you, this Olaf is looking very strong. Ivern is just fine. Looks like they're down a lot in CS. And, of course, the kills are going over to Grant. But a 1-6 Ivern is just fine.
Ooh. The turrets go down almost identically, as does Reixie.
And it's really Reixie that I'm a little worried about, because Alistar has a lot more KP, and that extra gold is going to get them their item first. It looks like they're both going for the...
Dive under the turret now here is granted. That's so much damage from this Nefiri.
Serpent's Fang is online. It was the item selected. It is a 2-item Nefiri here at 15 minutes. That is trouble, but champions like Olaf could be able to deal with it.
I was going to say, you know what else is trouble? And Olaf running at you with a Stride Breaker. Has the axe available yet again. Going to be able to pick that one up. And that is a shutdown worth of gold going into Balzac's pocket. Something used against him in their previous series that they are now using to great potential is Balzac on this Olaf pick.
Balzac just got enormous. That's 1,000 gold, almost a little shy of 1,000.
Good Samaritan now going to be in trouble using the ultimate, but Aurora managing to dodge it. Nice movement from Zohair. The Twin Fangs looked like they might be able to get it done, but Zohair able to pick that kill up.
Incredible micro by Zohair, avoiding the
Netology.
stun.
Netology hooked underneath the turret. Netology is going to be taken out by Balzac, almost certainly. Aurora TPing in to try and return, but I don't know that Aurora wants this. That's going to be a flash in from Reixie. The axe misses, but Reixie's able to pick it up themselves.
Good job on Reixie saving what was almost a minor disaster, but Grant says, let's put some of that gold back in.
Oh, but now Balzac's going to be in trouble, but there's a lot of healing coming out here. Oh, Grant! Grant able to take them both them down. Grantorino looking to do the damage. However, now, here, 129 and Zoro are going to look on the back end. One of the little doglings dodging the root for now, but that's going to be Daisy looking to put down the crowd control, and Zoro being the recipient.
Great job by 129 ensuring that gold goes on to Zoro. Desperately needed that. I don't know desperately, but it feels very good to have a 5-3 Kog'Maw with a 4-2 Ziggs on the other side. A lot of fighting going on. A lot of gold being traded. Ultimately,
ooh, Terry has to be looking good. That's going to be a Gnar ult into the ball on the Good Samaritan, and a beautiful dodge on the ultimate. Oh, stun underneath the turret, but the turret shots are going to be taken. Terry...
Oh! To a sliver of health, Mega Gnar drops to a sliver of health. The dodges on the Cassiopeia ults have been incredible from Zohair and now Wild Terry. I mean, one step in the right direction.
And now we're back in the mid lane, fighting yet again. Now it's going to be Arcadius on the receiving end of some Zoro damage. Reixie going to be utilizing that ultimate. Arcadius trying to buy some space. It is doing so successfully. The damage reduction on that E, on that ultimate, so strong.
Okay, certified banger status, very easily achieved.
Very easily achieved in this game.
Not even in question, Popoba. I mean, it is an absolute fight fest in the last few minutes here, and
Balzac now going in onto Grant here. They're looking to find that dog. Arcadius maybe now?
Every dog escapes.
As that's going to be Good Samaritan. Good Samaritan finding them rooted on the ground. Good Samaritan setting up their team for success. And now Balzac might be going a little bit too far deep underneath the tower. Wild Terry going to be able to pick that one up. It's going to be 2 for 1, though. Technically, numbers advantage here for the side of New League team. However, it feels like the confidence is on
Go back in? Okay.
the side of SNC. Health bars just a little bit more there.
Rexy, taking mercy on the casters, decides not to Hex Flash into another fight after a series of just near constant engagements. It's been an incredible journey, and Zoro is able to just clear out this wave, forcing Nara back to their tower, presumably going to take a reset. It has been an action-packed 3 or 4 minutes, Popoba, and what's the net result? 16-15 with about a 1K gold dip. So nothing has been decided here. It's just mayhem, chaos, blood being spilled, bounties being collected, gold accumulated. Can we get a tab on the gold? It's like, who are these champions right now? Who's big? Okay, we've got almost a 1,400 gold lead in the top lane. We've got a massive gold lead in the jungle, which is not surprising. Here comes Balzac, wants a little more.
Yeah, Wild Terry going to be able to kite that out with the speedy little Gnar passive. So now Good Samaritan going to get half health by the Aurora combo. Arcadius looking to help finish it off. But a nice grounded is going to mean that Good Samaritan gets to live to snake another day.
And just to fully recap the gold, in mid and bot, it's, you know, kind of even, right? Like, it's not too out of control either way. Small advantages here or there. I guess we do have now 1,000 gold lead on Aurora, so that's a nice bit of gold into the pocket of Zohair over the Samaritan Cassiopeia. But honestly, Popoba, I mean, this has been just a brawl fest for the last few minutes. It's led to the second dragon, and that's going to be objective of feats, and I believe all the feats, because I do believe, am I right, that CEO had the warfare feats? Is that correct, or am I wrong about that?
Don't remember anymore.
Okay, I don't either. These teams want us to remember something. We're going to need something a little less than 31 deaths in 21 minutes, okay? But either way, a lot of events happening on the map. A lot of them have gone well for either side, and I think we are still very much in a anybody's game kind of state.
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, pretty even. However, when we talk about it being an anybody's game kind of state, I do think we have to go back to the compositional differences here between SNC and NLT. So given that it's an even state, albeit perhaps a little bit of a SNC advantage state, I do still have to wonder that now that we have 2 items coming out for Kog'Maw, now that we got 2 items coming out for the Good Samaritan on this Cassiopeia, I have to wonder if the tides start to shift in terms of overall consistent damage output when you compare it to the other side. Now, that being said,
the curse of the 5-man Otacon. I'm so nervous, Popoba. Here comes 129 and the New League team, and wisely, I think, surely not CEO, decides that discretion is the better part of valor.
Yeah. And looks like they may start it back up again. Now, something that is important and fun to know about Otacon is that it not only does a lot of damage, but part of the reason it does so much damage is it shreds your resistances up to 50 armor and MR. They are looking to get it. It's taken incredibly low. 129 bonked out by Arcadius, and the blue team is able to pick it up. However, it looks like on the back end, they may lose some of their lives. Here comes Balzac. That is going to be Arcadius falling. Now, can they get anything else on the backside? Balzac may be looking to go forward. They are going to be underneath this turret, but I don't know if that's where you want to be. The wave will come in soon. Hook's going to miss. And now Aurora's going to go on the offensive. That's going to be a nice stun coming through. The bomb is able to find 129. Zoro has to be careful. Meanwhile, Balzac is keeping Grant at bay as pings are coming through. Wild Terry, Gnar in big form with ultimate coming on the back, flashing forward. Not quite going to be able to find it. Rixey buying some space, but a good flash. It means a 600 gold double kill. And now Grant going in, looking to do the damage onto the Olaf. Somehow Gnar died. I'm not sure how, but now it's Netology versus Balzac. But Arcadius, back alive, can come back to this play. However, Netology very low on the mana here, so we'll have to see if they want to take any kind of fight.
Yeah, how did Mar die, Popova? I don't understand. This is absolute chaos right now. It seemed so sketchy for surely not CEO to be starting that Otacon and then seemingly able to take it almost without a word of protest from a new league team, and then the expected cleanup begins. New league team getting a lot of what they needed, but I think they may have overstayed a little bit, hoping to get those kills onto the bottom,
Good
giving
Samaritan.
time to get back.
Taking so much damage, but 129 and Rixey are here in support. Arcadia is going to be the target. They don't deal too much damage by themselves, but they can get Good Samaritan in on the action. The cow might be able to be poisoned down, as that's going to be Twin Fang after Twin Fang. Snake beats cow. And now Rift Herald's on the menu. Gosh, we're not... Well, Baron in 30. Baron in 30.
Baron in 30. They need to burn that down if they're going to do it. Snake beats cow. Tree beats cow. Undersea Man beats cow. Submariner. It's just too much for even the tankiest of cows. And now we have a 4-man Rift Herald take right before the Baron spawns.
Yeah, they are going to be able to get it in time. Very nice. You are on the side of SNC.
Run it mid? I think I would just drop this. Or at least take the tower. There you go.
Yeah, I think they can get the tower without dropping it. Zoro's starting to attack very fast, though. 3 items on this Kog'Maw. Additionally, Feats of Warfare did end up going over to New League Team. Or, I guess, Feats of Strength went over to New League Team. They're going to group up in the bot lane. They're going to look for a Wild Terry. They don't want to let him come in on the flank again, because they're going to wait for some kind of hook to land. Rixey's going to go in, and they're going to use the ultimate. Now they're going to save the CC from 129 as Hextech Drake gets melted on the backside.
Interesting choice there, but I'm not sure about that. I do think you would have liked to deny Hextech Soul, right? A little more than killing 3 and 4 Gnar for a good time. I don't know. And now you got Ziggs pushing mid. Going to get a lot of damage on that tower with 3 grubs.
Yeah, but flash over the wall. 129 looking for a flangle here. Aurora waiting in ambush, though. The hooks are going forward. The damage dealers aren't quite there. Grant is going to be available, and Arcadius is going to fall. That's going to be stakes on the menu. Balzac still running forward as Baron is up here. They will find Netology very critically, but Balzac taking a ton of damage from Grant. Grant looking to go forward, but is going to have to fall and resurrect. Had that Guardian Angel, which is now popped. Zoro looking to go forward and do the damage. Aurora trying to throw from over the wall. Grant staying alive for now. Good Samaritan using the ultimate. Not going to be able to find it. Zohair is going to be able to get that on the backside. As it's a little bit chaotic, and it felt like New League Team. New League Team had a Baron angle with Terry still coming off of respawn and Arcadius dead, but maybe a little bit of an overextension of that fight. Balzac, really embodying the Olaf identity and just right-clicking in when maybe there was a go take the worm.
Maybe there was a go take the worm. I think the eyes of a New League Team got a little big when Olaf and Nautilus had a good look on Ziggs, but Ziggs' Technology expertly dropping the satchel and denying them everything, and then responding with an ultimate that really devastated a lot of health bars. Yeah, just very chaotic at this moment, Popova, and I want to see a little more restraint maybe from New League Team, because they're on the series point right now. They could win this series in this game, and if they don't, they're staring down the barrel of a reverse sweep from surely not CEO. So if I'm the New League Team, I need to be a little more selective and make sure that my approaches and my engagements are guaranteed to deliver the punishment, that we're getting the value, as you say, the Baron team.
Yeah, so we're going to see a fight here. Rixey going to be the target. Good Samaritan trying to help keep them alive, but Arcadius going in with an absolutely massive knockup. Rixey, though, staying alive. Good Samaritan going to be on the other end. Good Samaritan dishing out damage. Grant is eventually going to fall. And that's going to be now 2 dead for the side of New League Team. But I don't think they mind it too much. Zoro and 129 can do some significant damage as a duo.
Yeah, together they're going to just force out the 3 remaining members of Surely Not CEO. We're going to get a big mid push from Kog'Maw with nobody there to stop them.
Now Balzac looking at
Aurora
Wild Terry.
And we know how this one goes. We've seen it all game.
Yeah, Wild Terry, though, finding a fair amount of speed. Balzac not quite able to find the damage. A good usage of the CC immune, and that's going to be Balzac taking down Gnar yet again. Exotic jungle meat will be on the menu.
Listen, 11-4 Olaf. Balzac fears no Gnar, knows exactly how to use his ultimate to cancel out the Gnar ultimate. Wild Terry really has nothing they can do into this very strong Olaf sitting on 4 items.
Yeah, 4-item Olaf. Does mean, though, that you maybe have to start thinking about accelerating this game a little bit. Once you hit that 5 items, your enemy relatively only gets stronger. They are going to look to start up this Baron with Wild Terry dead, however, 13 seconds, and has that teleport. So we're going to have to watch what happens. Cassiopeia, incredibly good at burning down the Baron fast, as here comes the teleport from the Aurora. Zohair looking to come in through the top side. 6,000 and dropping. Watch the Aurora. Here comes the ultimate. It's going to be a lot of damage. It's going to be so much damage over New League Team. There's a good amount of healing, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. They're being shredded by the Baron as Good Samaritan trying to do the damage. Zoro trying to do the damage, but it's not going to be enough. It's an absolutely massive flank, and S and C are going to wipe them in the Baron pit.
It's a 4v5 ace into Baron for Surely Not CEO. The Wombo combo of Aurora Ziggs ult absolutely devastates the health bars of a New League team, and they have nothing left essentially as Grant and Technology and Arcadius and Aurora Zohair come in and just obliterate them, taking down towers, taking down inhibs, taking down the team, securing a 6K gold league, getting a Dragon Soul Hex Tech Drake. I mean, it is a absolute massacre on the side of Surely Not CEO.
You know, I thought at some point, I think we both did, that the Cassio and the Kog'Maw were going to become more of an issue as we got into this late game. However, I think it's pretty late game, and there does not seem to be a significant damage deficit from SNC.
There's not a significant damage deficit because of the kinds of engagements we're seeing. If you have a new league team all standing on top of each other, like they are when they're trying to burn down the Baron, it's so easy for Aurora and Ziggs to do a huge amount of damage in a very short period of time, not giving Cog and Cassiopeia that kind of uptime that they're looking for, overwhelming any shield advantage that a late game Ivern offers you. So I think that engagement right there was exactly what you wanted to see if you're Surely Not CEO, what you dream of, and when they saw their moment, they delivered.
Oh, Balzac taking so much damage from the dogs there. And the Mega Inferno Bomb going to mean that they're pushed off this inhib. And SNC are just absolutely cracking the base.
I don't know what you can do at this point. You have to huddle under your Nexus turrets and try to deny the Baron push. You are down 3 inhibs. You are down almost 8k gold now, although it's not all of it translated into
Aurora looking to do the damage. That's going to be ult in, but Zoro does a lot in return. Aurora going to be forced to flash away, and now Arcadius going to be on the target. Wild Terry goes in killing spree as Rixey gets taken out, and now Grant going into the back line. 129 going to be taken out. Zoro going to be next on the menu for the dog, and that's going to be it. That's going to be game. That's going to be us going to game 5 and looking at a reverse sweep coming out of SNC as they put us.
Do you believe, Baboma? Do you believe if you were a Surely Not CEO fan, after the first 2 games, you were staring at the losers bracket and figuring out how are we going to beat the 6th seed? Now you're saying the reverse sweep is right in front of us. We have them on their heels. A new league team scrambling for answers, not finding them in game 4. They better come up with some quick, because the game 5 single game rubber match of this series is on deck.
Yeah, and I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back.
Likewise, hey, chat, give us some content while we go and recover from this brutal, incredible 4-game heading into a 5-game banger.
Praetor Zach rewarding me for my hard work, hitting us up with the tier 1 sub. He's been here for a little over 2 years. You know what you can do. You can go to the Denny's in Vermont. Talk to our buddy Todd. Praetor Zach, also someone that I happen to know, is a WTL enjoyer. I've seen him around those parts. I believe they are a mid-lane academy aficionado. So certainly going to be happy to see them hanging out in the chat. But yeah. Yes. Yes, also a alleged LCS player. Also in CEO, I believe. How you doing, chat? You got anything for me as we enter game a billion of this series? Game 5. It looked like it might have been a quick 2-0. That was decidedly not the case. And I am tired. And also, I said I was going to cast another best of 5 tomorrow morning because apparently I hate myself. Not hate myself. I do love seeing some good quality League of Legends.
But you don't hate yourself. Come on. My goodness. I'm so sorry to jump in. I just didn't want to leave you hanging out there by yourself, vamping and pattering in my absence. Popoba, what is going on in this series? I mean, it is incredible the swings we are seeing, the concoctions that these teams are cooking up. I think back on that Baron fight, that 4v5 that absolutely sealed the deal for surely not CEO. And I start thinking about things like the Baron shredding away resistances and Aurora and Ziggs going into a team that has virtually no MR, just deleting new league team. And this shows why these teams are at this level. They are so much better at the game. than I am, certainly, as I know they are, than many people watching. The understanding that you can even contest that in a 4v5 setting. I mean, my mind is boggling that we are even heading to this game 5.
Yeah, it's very yeah, I'm very excited, Loki. And by excited, I mean dreading it a little bit perhaps. Dread from it, run from it. The BO5 arrives all the same. Now, hopefully, credit to these two captains, it goes as expediently as it has today. It's only been 3.5 hours thus far for the stream. Um, a
Big credit to them, and the audience thanks them as well.
mhm.
We love it when our games roll one into the other. Loki expressing concern for Popoba, recognizing the grind that lies in front and the grind already undertaken. How you feeling, man? You going to be here at 7 a.m.?
I will be here at 7 a.m. I do think that for this last game, I might take it a little bit easier on my voice, so I may not get quite as excited as I have been in the past few games, despite, I want to say this up front, the incredible importance of what's happening here. Um, I just also uh, am singing tomorrow after I finish casting in the morning, likely until about 6 in the evening. So
Wow.
um, I will be using my voice for near around 12 hours.
Wow.
And so it's
Now,
going to be a
okay,
time.
we're going to have to linger on that for a minute because I am also a singer. And
Oh,
I can appreciate the challenge you're undertaking by casting tonight, casting in the morning, and then singing all day after that. So I need to know a little more. What are we singing? In what context are we singing? Are we in a choir where we can hide our voice in one of 50 people, or are we a front person on the stage where they're all eyes on you? What are we looking at tomorrow?
we are in a barbershop quartet. Um,
Not a lot of room to hide, Popoba.
yeah, there's not a lot of space to hide. Now, fortunately, tomorrow I am auditioning, folks.
Mhm.
Um, so I'm not performing out in the wild, but I will need the facilities of my voice. Um, as we are
Absolutely.
reaching pretty late in Eastern time as well, it should be what about 11:40 over there?
It would be 11:38 according to Windows, but it's feeling okay. It's Saturday night, right? We've got a whole day of rest and relaxation planned for tomorrow, so plenty of time to enjoy some weekend banger League of Legends with you and the audience.
Absolutely.
So let's see. I'm going. You're going to be the tenor though, right? You're not the baritone.
I am the bass, as a matter of fact.
Boom, 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 boom. I can see it. I can see it. That's awesome. Well, see, you haven't used that register too much tonight, right? You have
That's true.
that part of the vocal cords should be available to you, but I hope you do get your tea in, right? That whole, English tea, I think is going to serve you very well in the next 24 hours.
I do have some throat coat tea that I may partake in to keep my voice nice and healthy for both all of you and everyone who I'll be singing with. Um, but regardless of what I think, we're gonna get into this last game here.
Let's go.
As did they change sides on me again? I don't think so. I think we're done. I think we're done changing sides.
I had such high hopes. No, I think, if you're each team, you feel like you found a little something in that game. New league team, I thought had a fantastic composition, and it didn't quite work out for them. I think some of the decision making, puzzled me a little bit at a few different moments. The macro theory, but I also thought that Surely Not CEO captured that lead. You have your Neferi jungle looking very strong. You got the kills and the gold that you were looking for to sustain you through the late game, and it clearly delivered. The explosiveness of Surely Not CEO on Ziggs and Aurora in the latter stages of Game 4 was absolutely lights out for a new league team. So I don't think the side selection hurt you at all. It's now about, all right, this is it. This is all the marbles. You've been here for 3 hours. You have each had highs. You've each had lows, a lot of adversity and success on each side. You have to channel your best, your one game best. What's it look like if you're Surely Not CEO new league team, recognizing that 40 champions are off the map? They're off the rift. They're not coming back. What's left? What's in the tank? This is why Best of 5 Fearless Draft is so much fun. And we're so excited when we get those critical, decisive game fives.
Yeah, let's talk about what Game 5 Fearless looks like. A lot of the same bands we have seen before will be coming out, but what can you even pick at this point? I see almost more gray champions than I see colored ones as I am looking at this draft. Um,
Well, and you start to look at these teams' entire season. What have they played ever? And you start looking for the really surprising things, you know? And as I look through, I see a lot of the same things we've already seen. These teams have only had to play at most 3 game series all season. So you're not ever going to have to dig this deep into the bag that often. And as I look at new
oh,
league team, I look at Surely
look,
Not CEO, I see the same champions over and over.
Mel made its way through the draft, but surely not CEO. Definitely not going to let um, Good Samaritan get their hands on it, so we'll be first picking that.
Wow. Wow. Really amazing effort by Surely Not CEO to put one of the best champions available left to the new
Galio.
league team onto their side.
Now, there's a couple Galio combos that could come through here. Camille Galio is something that sticks out in my mind as there's an opportunity for something here. Jarvan, obviously, no longer available. But that Camille keeps people in one spot long enough for your crash down to come through. Now, that being said, you don't need that. Is Jin going to be the pickup?
Jin always feels, a little uncertain. Great range farming champion, can deliver the damage, but if there's a whole lot of tank on the other side, Jin starts to feel a little difficult to get the maximum value out of. So that could inform what you want to be thinking about as CEO. Is there going to be, a tankier support with another long range farming and attack damage champion, or are you going to look for something that can get on top of Jin and just shut him down completely? Skarner is exactly the kind of champion that might accomplish either of those, Papoba.
Yeah, Skarner going to be the pickup here. Surely not CEO. With, nope. Now, another question I think we need to raise here is Mel has certainly enjoyed her popularity as a mid laner, however, has also seen a fair amount of popularity as an AP carry in the bot lane, which is something that we just saw Surely Not CEO do. So do we think that this is a Zohair pickup here for the mid lane, or is it perhaps a Netology pickup for the bottom lane?
Yeah, and the draft will tell. I don't see any Zohair games on Mel this season that I can quickly find, but I also don't see any on uh, the ADC for. Oh well, it's Tenology, right? Because they keep switching them, Popoba. It was hard for me to keep track of who they had playing ADC. I was thinking of Soul. What was anyway?
Solbert?
Soulboard. That's right. Exactly. So
Now,
not available, or possibly not available. Presumably not available.
at least for now, this is going to be the last waffle, or I may even call this an approximation of a waffle, because I don't have the most batter left. But for you, little robot man, I'll try anything. And thank you for sticking with us. You know, I know you come here to make sure we are all aware that LeChance likes goes, but you stick around for the quality waffle-based content. I appreciate that. As Brand.
You can't always go toast. Sometimes you need waffles with your toast.
And where do you think this brand is going?
Well, that's what I was just wondering, Popoba. I mean, Brand is a very strong, sneaky jungle pick, not that different from Zyra. A kind of high risk, high reward jungle selection, but the support role is still very, very viable. Brand into Rakan feels a little tougher, though, doesn't it? So many skill shots against such a mobile support. So if you're picking Brand into the support role after seeing Rakan, you have to be feeling very confident in your ability to land those stuns and your big ultimate.
What do you think about Brungle? You got any Brungle thoughts for me?
Brungle thoughts. I mean, look, very fast, clear, right? An incredible bush camping jungler. I think of it very similar to Zyro, which I think is a little more commonly seen, at least in solo play right now. But I have seen some incredibly powerful, devastating brand jungle picks. I just think it's a huge risk on your game 5. But we're in the pinch phase. We're in the fearless moment. What do you have that's going to be so unexpected that you get your opportunities and your picks easier than the other side executes their Skarner macro? And again, there's another flex pick. Skarner, is it jungle or top? Usually you think jungle, but we're in game 5 fearless. He could be anywhere.
Certainly does look like jungle with the hovers coming out from Surely Not CEO. Singed.
Yep.
Going to be the lock-in here. They need something strong to round out this comp. I'm kind of hoping it's an AD carry. Could be a Xayah. That's still on the table. Because but you know what? I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong, because I saw last game. And last game I had this critique of their composition, and I was incorrect. So it does look like that is going to be Mel APC, and actually... Ooh. Oh, no? Okay, so it is Quirky. Is that Quirky
Which
mid?
could be ADC or mid. We still don't know, Popoba.
We still do not know. Will I ever know anything? Truly?
When the Rift tells us, then we'll know. Until then, it's all fun speculation, and we hope you watching are enjoying this deep cut, game 5 analysis here at 11:48 on the East Coast and 24 hours of singing on the West Coast.
Yeah, absolutely. There's, it's 8:48, but I also have to go grocery shopping, which is a particular challenge right now. And yes, that will be the last waffle of the night. Went out courtesy of Little Robot Man. And Talia is the last pick, just so we're covering that.
I'm still completely confused, Popoba. We could be looking at Jin, Galio, bot, Talia mid, Brand jungle. Or we could be looking at Jin, Brand support, Talia jungle, Galio mid. I mean, there's so many permutations. And the same applies to the Mel and Quirky picks on Surely Not CEO. This is what you love about a Game 5 League of Legends Fearless draft. There are so many things that you're thinking about, the creativity that's required to come up with something that works, something that can get you to the promised land, that one win that could define your entire season. Here it is. It's right in front of you. You've got the team you've got. How do you make it work? Pull everything together, and you don't even know who you're laning against until the load screen hits.
Yeah. Do either side have a say what player is playing what, and if so, who says first? I'm confused by that question, but
I get it. I get it. Are you? Do you have to declare which champion is playing
yes,
in which lane, and
yes.
which team? Is there an order to which team has to declare who is playing which lane?
There's not a proclaimed order, as far as I'm aware. No.
I like that idea though, Praetor Zach. If you are going to make people declare which side they're playing, and by the way, and I have all the love for the overlords of our beloved LCS ecosystem, but I will take a controversial stance and say, if T1 doesn't have to tell you which lane they're playing in, why should we? Let's hold ourselves to a higher standard. But if you're going to have that rule, you should have some order to decide who says first. And I think, as an idea,
As you
it
wish.
should go to the team with the better regular season record and standing. That should be your higher seed advantage.
light
Is if you get to a game 5, you say second who's playing which lane. How about that, Popoba? What do you think of that concept?
Well, we will find out as they are going to be picked in the order that they are selected, as that is the main way that is communicated. But I don't hate that as an idea. And if you have ideas similar to that for the low-budget LCS that may improve the league in your or your teammates' eyes, remember that we always send out a feedback form at the end of the year, and contrary to, well, actually, I don't know what popular belief is, but we do read through that feedback form. I love reading through that feedback form every year. New ways to improve and grow, or sometimes new ways to say, yes, that would be nice, but we don't have the budget for that. I'm so sorry.
You get what you pay for, and we are delivering that lovely content that you all throw down your schmeckles for.
Mm-hmm.
The Medardas do not
But we will get to see
or forget.
what is coming through here. Singe is going to be top. Expected. Alawi going to be top
Yeah,
as well.
that's one of the few you could say with confidence. And there it is. The brand jungle. It's Skarner. And now Corki. And Corki AD mid, very effective, in this current meta. Mel bot, always scary, so easy, similar to a Ziggs to get your farm consistently and still be a threat. Put down that long range damage, nice CC. Mel, a great scaling champion. Corki, very strong with 3 items. It's a powerful combination.
It's your funeral.
Yeah. Very strong here. And it is going to be that Brungle that I was so looking forward to. So that is going to be where my attention is gravitating towards right now.
Well, and it presents it's a dilemma now for Skarner. Are you going to invest time getting to Brand, who you may be able to 1v1 into oblivion if you have the right angle and vision control, or do you help your bot lane accelerate into what is a pretty tough lane to gank into? Jhin Galio, so much CC, self peel. It's a challenge to find the value on the map.
Yeah. I like both of these compositions though. I think it's again just going to come down to overall execution, and so far tonight we've seen both teams get the better side of that. It does seem like, in this configuration of their roster, Surely Not CEO have not lost a game yet, bringing Arcadius in, swapping Zohair from the jungle and Grant to the jungle. So, excited to see how this last one turns out, but I don't know. Part of me just sees Brand jungle into Skarner and thinks Brand wins that.
Yeah, I think especially once we reach a state of the game where we have so many grouped fights that are going to be highly advantageous to Brand, with Jhin CC and damage from long range, Galio crashing in, locking up an entire team with a root, Talia dividing the forces with her weaving wall. It's going to be a very difficult late game 5v5 if you're Skarner, Mel, Corky.
Whoa, little robot man. I'm not LeChance. I know, sometimes it may seem like it, but I am unfortunately not LeChance, so I don't. And actually, I often don't put syrup on the waffles anymore. I just kind of peck at them, and then sometimes I'll do butter. A lot of times I'll do like chocolate chips or something like that. But I haven't done syrup in a little while. I don't know. Just haven't been feeling it.
I can respect that. I mean, the world of waffle toppings is far wider than syrup. Just syrup, I like that there's some moistening agent. That was going to be my question. You said you were just pecking at them, and then you said sometimes butter. But are we otherwise talking about a lot of dry waffles? Is there nothing else in there?
I have consumed a fair number of dry waffles because when you're sitting here streaming, a 5-game series, and you've got a stack of waffles next to you, and the kitchen's on the other side of the house, you think, well, I can eat a dry waffle. That's something I can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if there's no other option available, I would not say no to a dry waffle. I can respect the walk to the kitchen though. When you're in the game 5 of an epic series, the waffles are stacking up. The summer cooling. You don't want them to get too cool. You gotta put them out of their misery, right? And enjoy the being a waffle.
Yeah. And on the other side, sugar not always the best for the vocal folds when you're casting.
Yep, just dry sugar. Yeah, yeah. I can see how that could have an impact. But I think it just shows the level of quality that you bring to the table. Do you bring to the booth that you're able to still deliver?
Always trying to deliver for you all wonderful folks who are watching here with the low budget LCS on the edge of your seats. Game 5 of this round 1 CEO playoffs. Again, this is
The
second
winner-
seed versus third seed.
Second seed versus third seed. The winner earns the right to move on to play the number 1 seed Hunters Association. Looking very scary in the regular season, and of course taking care of business against Goat Milk Lifestyle in their round 1 matchup, 3-1. So this matchup clearly much more evenly matched up. Very strong teams ready to compete for that right to take on Hunters. The other team goes to the bottom side of the bracket with the number 6 seed Les Boulons Boys. How French are we being with that name? It's pretty French.
It's pretty French. But the question is it French,
Yeah.
or is it Quebecois?
Quebecois. So I'm ready to be educated as to how that could impact the pronunciation. But that is the fate that awaits the loser of this game number 5. Les Boulons Boys.
Yeah. And this time, no Well, speaking of the devil, there are some shenanigans happening here in the mid lane. Good Samaritan creating back a fair amount of damage here onto Zohair on the Corky. 129 contributes to that as well. Oh boy.
Again, nothing invested, no major summoners used. Everybody walks away, regains their HP, and gets ready to face off in the mid lane.
Now, talk to me about Singed. Singed is one of those champs. Speaking of one of those champs, Terry's going to be on the receiving end of a little bit of poke, but will dish just as good as he gets.
Yeah,
Dropping some poison.
You have a top lane matchup where it doesn't feel advantageous for either team to want to invest a lot of resources in it. Do you want to gank a post level 6, allowing?
Wild Terry, though, taking a ton of damage here in the level 1. Having to run away, flash forward. Balzac looking for it, not quite going to be able to find it, but Wild Terry going to have to back and TP. So that's, you know, part of the deal, I think, when you're playing Singed.
And it's part of the annoyance, right, factor. You get the flash out of Balzac and just barely live. You know, that's Singe for you. So Singe will happily TP behind and then save that flash to be even more annoying in future fights.
Yeah, Good Samaritan getting tickled here by Sokar's Corki. And when does the proxying start?
Well, Singed always has that option. Didn't elect to do it level 1, going for a little more value at this point. Because Balzac, of course, without flash is very vulnerable. So I think you go for at least a level 1 advantage. I say this is no expert.
Oh yeah, toss back into the poison as you run through the turret. But Balzac's still going to be alive. And Wild Terry has to be careful. Typical Slave not quite going to be able to find it. But now Wild Terry a level down and TP-less into Balzac. You gotta be careful here if you are the B-man. Toss over the shoulder and lots of poison damage. It is so tight up here in this top lane matchup with both junglers pathing directly opposite.
So much risk being taken in the top lane.
Speaking of junglers pathing directly opposite, Grant gonna maybe look for an E through the wall here. Will get spotted out by this ward in the Tri-Brush. As pings for assistance are coming through here in the river. Rixie goes in, but I don't know if they want to be doing that. Heal is going to be utilized for one side, and Rixie taking incredibly low. Grant flashing forward to try and get it. Rixie dropping down so low, but not going to fall. Zoro now going to be the next target as Corki. So Hare taking a ton of damage. First Blood going over to Nenology. It's now Good Samaritan forced to run away. Arcadius flashing forward, looking to get that knock up. Not quite going to be found there, but things are coming up SNC so far in this Game 1. Game 5. Game 1. Good God.
In this first major fight of Game 5. Incredibly... Oh, here comes Skarner looking to get something back. Doesn't quite connect. Good Samaritan walks away. 129, double buff. Might be willing to take this.
That's a lot of damage. The Seismic Shove going to land, but no spikes going to be available to find stun. Flash forward, though. That's going to be stun. That's going to be a W in 129. Just taking it down.
Wow. Skarner coming in at full health, cannot even get to the brand, not with Talia standing right next to him, and we have a beautiful execution in that mid lane by the jungler from 129 to Good Samaritan taking out the health Grant Skarner and giving a nice bit of acceleration over to the side of the new league team.
Yeah, Wild Terry going to be a little bit of trouble up here in this top lane. Will be sort of level down for right now. Still getting a fair amount of their CS, but looks a little rough. Although, maybe it doesn't. Maybe I just don't understand Singed. You know?
Listen, I will be the first to tell you I cannot predict how a Singed allowing matchup's going to go. Being a bot side of the map player, support jungle is my trade, and I try to stay out of the top lane because it's madness up there. And how much value are you going to get as the jungler? I try to leave it alone. So these guys aren't going to pull off something. I have no idea what.
Yeah. Ooh, Arcadius going to be in the receiving end of a fair amount of CC here. There's no nice seismic shove. It's going to be some damage on Corki. Balzac has hit that level 6, so will be pretty much ungankable. As what is Alemi ult called? Yeah. Leap of Faith. That's right. I forget that it's like she has a god totem. And Zoro taking a fair amount of damage here. A combo coming out from Neology. And looking good on the reflect. But 129. Your king. Hiding in the shadows.
Ever bushing. A great ambush champion.
X flash forward. That's going to be Neology with a fair amount of knock-up. Taking a lot of Brand damage. Brand not going to be level 6 yet, but Arcadius will be on the receiving end of the passive. Grant now going to be down here, though, on the Skarner.
Yeah, it's a great combo, but still just a little too early to fully deliver the kill pressure. But I think if you can find your way through this objective standoff, get a little more gold, get another purchase off that brand Galio Wombo.
Grant gonna be in a little bit of trouble. That's gonna be root. That's gonna be a stun. That's gonna be a brand passive. Arcadius looking to help out. And a nice root from Netology means they're not gonna be advanced any far forward.
Very nice outplay by Mel, which is what that's going to offer you in spades.
Wild Terry, Balzac. Nice flash away. Again, utilize that ultimate maybe a little bit too hastily earlier, so now not available for that top laner.
Not available, and just always hard to know if it's the right time to do that against Singed under the tower, because he might just flip you away, and you're not getting the value that you need.
Yeah, and you have to be careful. Netology now has that level 6. That execute from Mel can come through in a quite surprising manner. As Mel playing pretty far up, despite being 1v2, now being joined by Arcadius. Yeah, might be looking at the mid lane here. Corky going forward. Good Samaritan taking too much damage. Corky going to be flashing out after a nice seismic shove, but that will be a solo kill here for Zohair.
Corky damage so quick and surprising when he gets on top of you with a couple big ones in the ultimate tank. Corky able to execute Good Samaritan before he has a chance to react.
Speaking of proxying, Singed has now taken up his rightful place, cutting off that top wave and being generally annoying. As Grubs will go over to the side of SNC. Pings coming out from 129, as that's going to be a nice double taunt. That's going to be Rixey finding a lot of CC, and the curtain calls coming through. It might be enough to get one on its own, and it does. Netology taken down without any interference from Brand. Brand going forward. Going to do the damage. Arcadius with some smooth footwork is going to be able to get out of there A-OK.
Fancy footwork on Arcadius, showing you why Rakan's such a tricky champion to Brand, because Brand has to hold those abilities or just miss them. Brand able to survive, you know, giving a little bit of a comfort copium to the side of
You've got this. I believe in you.
yeah, I'm sorry. Just, my brain froze for a second.
It does happen, especially in Game 5s. But you have to imagine these players are also feeling the effects of that fatigue as well.
Absolutely. That's what you're seeing. You're seeing champions that you're not necessarily your most comfortable being piloted somewhat unusually. Good Samaritan, who was so strong in those first two games, not looking like the kind of dominant AP control mage that was wrecking the Rift in games 1 and 2, now trying to find their way forward on the Talia into what's now a very strong Corky. Mel and Jin both picking up nice early gold. You know, the CS is fairly even. The kills have gone 1-1. You do see that a lot of time is being invested down there, because what can you do in the top side of the map? It's Singed and Alawi. Just leave them alone, and whatever is going to happen is going to happen. Find your objectives. Look for these mid and bot lane plays.
Yeah. And so far this game, a lot more patient, a lot more considered. Wild Terry taken very low here by Balzac. Probably going to be forced to back off this top wave. So I do think...
Wild, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that the next objective is approaching in 2 minutes, and it's going to be on the bot side of the map. So you're going to see Skarner forgetting this Alawi, having to give up some turret gold, recognizing that Singed is just having to take that reset and instead focus your energies towards that next dragon side objective.
Yeah, not a whole lot to do on the map for a little bit here. So we're going to hit somewhat of a lull state. Lots of wards being taken back and forth. Grant now looking here on the top lane, but you're ganking Alawi that has the ultimate. Here it comes. Nice suppression, though, from Grant's going to prevent Alawi from utilizing too much of her tentacle slams. And now Balzac, with no mana. Blue team claims the feat of warfare here for the side of SNC.
Grant recognizing that Alawi Balzac is low on mana, and so yes, we'll be able to get that ultimate off, but if you can just survive that, just back away, it's like a Swain ultimate. Run! And then let it cool down, and suddenly that's just an Alawi with no ultimate, standing there with no mana, and Singed and Skarner able to complete the kill.
Arcadius, gonna have to be careful, but is actually gonna just go ahead and use the quickness. But here comes Galio ultimate, not gonna find anyone to knock up. But now here comes Courtney and Grant on the other side. Rixey is gonna be forced to run away. But Good Samaritan also coming through. Seismic Shove's gonna land onto Netology there. Nothing's gonna happen just yet. Grant, fourth shot, not quite gonna be able to find it. Will the brand take it down? It will. 129 gets a kill out of that 4 versus 4 skirmish.
Fantastic for 129 to find some gold, get that kill. So many resources invested on both sides.
Absolutely. And it is looking a little bit spicy in this game. 3-3. 200 gold separating these teams. A pittance compared to the previous games. 1 minute and 15.
A mere trifle.
A mere trifle. Chat, you got any more words that are synonyms for pittance and trifle in the chat? Wild Terry taking a lot of damage here. Will proc that Conqueror. Is it going to be enough, though? Throws Balzac. Balzac flashing forward. Wild Terry flashing away, but one more tentacle is going to be able to take it.
And that makes all the difference when you...
Corky going forward. Corky looking for that bomb. One is going to miss. Is it going to be enough? No! Corky gets the Good Samaritan again, and so Hare has had Good Samaritan's number in this game.
Zohair's Corky sitting on Triforce, very strong into a Talia who's working on a Seraph's Embrace, but currently not upgraded. Just a lot of damage right in your face, and the Talia a little immobile once you avoid the Seismic Shove.
Yeah, a little bit. We are now going to see maybe a little bit of a scuffle here. Probably not too much. We are hanging out. 5 minute up.
Here comes the dragon. We have good vision on the side of 129. And the new league team is in a great shape in the bot lane to get this Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, we're going to see a fight here, though. Zoro going to be trying to buy some space, trying to buy some time. Stun is going to be found. Grant now on the receiving end of Grant passive, but is going to be very tanky. Good Samaritan coming through with a very nice wall. Grant going to be in trouble, and that is going to be good with the Seismic Shove taunt. Going to just tag up Arcadius, but they don't want to jump too far forward with Corky on the back end. So Hare looking to pepper them with rockets. They so far have that jungle kill. Flashing forward, a good stun is going to be found from 129 with the backup coming through from Rixey. Ultimate going to bounce, and burn. Rixey eventually going to be able to pick up that kill, and that is going to be now a bit of a lead starting to form for the side of new league team.
Bit of a lead. Second dragon. Here comes another blow.
Ooh, Arcadius just going to dodge that. It will be picked up by the red team, but Wild Terry now going to be available. As here comes the ultimate and nice knockup. Going to be able to found one. Going to be able to found on 2. Arcadius is going to fall. Netology is going to be the only one left standing. Netology is going to be on the receiving end of a taunt. Can't quite take down the Good Samaritan. That's going to be a double kill for Zoro. And ballooning their gold lead to 3.4k is the new league team that also get the Drake.
Beautiful execution by new league team, securing the kills, having the perfect front-to-back sort of fight setup that they're looking for. We have Galio just defending all these massive damage dealers in 129's Brand and Zoro's Jin, leading to an easy dragon and then some more bodies on the Rift.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, everyone, take a deep breath.
We're looking at a 3 to 4k gold lead for the side of new league team in the game body.
Ooh, Good Samaritan being taken incredibly low. Going to be able to dodge that knock up from Arcadius, but I don't know that it's going to matter as the suppression comes through here from Grant. No, the Good Samaritan staying alive. Corky picking it up with the rocket at the back end, but now Grant is going to fall as well. And here comes the curtain call. Arcadius going to be on the receiving end of those bullets. Nothing quite going to land.
Good Samaritan loses their life on the rift, but makes it cost so much. Able to live so long, forcing out additional resources from the side of... Oh my gosh, why can I not remember the name of the team I've been calling all night? Surely not CEO, SMC. These guys are absolutely, have a beautiful engage on the Great Samaritan, on the Good Samaritan, and are yet unable to get the kill. Setting up a difficult topside objective in the there.
Looking for the damage. But not quite going to be there on Nenology. They're going to see this Rift Herald going down right now. This Balzac for damage here onto Terry. Terry getting taken down to half HP from just his soul being ripped out of his body.
Yeah, the top lane stalemate continues. It's only been altered when we've had a visit from Grant at one moment earlier in the lane, but they continue to face off 1v1. We did see Singe down in the river for the earlier team fight while Balzac was splitting, but there wasn't enough impact there to really change the narrative of what's happening in this top lane.
Is 4,100 gold lead now inside of new league team. Minute 43. Charlie Drake. 2 towers in their pocket. And a lot of it is this bot lane, but also the Brungle.
The Brungle is the deciding factor right now, sitting on 50 CS almost over Skarner, 3 kills to 0, 0 deaths to 4, a 450 gold bounty, and virtually total objective control with the exception of the grubs going over to the surely not CEO team. So it's really giving you what you were imagining. You certainly called it. You saw it happening in the draft. You were a big believer.
Good Samaritan. Good Samaritan. Gonna have to be so careful as here comes Grant, but a nice Galio ult might be enough to save. Good Samaritan forced to flash away. Taunt underneath the turret. Seismic shove onto the Corky. Flash away. Good Samaritan still gonna be alive for now, and here comes 129 with the damage. Good Samaritan getting away with absolute highway robbery, but here comes Nenology. Gonna be able to pick that up on the back end. However, that's gonna be 1 for 2, maybe even 1 for 3, as the curtain is going to be called.
Oh, it's just coming together the way you drew it up, the way you imagined it. If you're the new league team, you brought out this Game 5 draft with the hope that you could find that early massive acceleration on your brand, get a Jhin that you need to go right to late, an edge also, and it's
Flash forward, not going to be able to get it. Balzac missing out on that solo kill, using a lot of tools for it as well, with both the Otacon and the Infernal Drake going to be up right now.
So close. That's how it goes into Singe, right? You want to go get him. He looks so tasty. If you could just put him down, how much easier is your life going to be? But if you try and fail, it can put you at a significant disadvantage in the next few minutes of the game. So we'll just have to see if that could be the key that unlocks this game for SNC. You know, having that Alawi somehow keep off all their abilities for a bigger team engagement with that Singe.
Yeah, the Dragon now going to be the 3rd Drake here for the side of new league team. I do think they're going to pick this one up without any trouble. And a bounty there for Corky in the top lane. Certainly has been playing well.
Corky's a hero. Corky is your hope. If you can somehow get them to the latter stages of the game and find some amazing team engagement. And I totally believe it's possible if you're SNC. The way this series has gone, it's never over until the Nexus falls.
Otacon start.
That's confidence. Otacon, very challenging objective, as we've been saying all night. But look, Mel's on the reset.
Singed is here. Brant is here. Corky is here. Rockets can start coming over the wall, and resistances have been shredded. 4K and dropping as Galio's looking to buy some time. Red team is able to take it up, but what happens at the back end of the fight? Arcadia's finding a nice knock up into the backside as Galio goes into 4, and the tentacles slam down. Balzac is eventually going to be taken out by Netology, but that is going to be 2-4-2 plus the Otacon.
2 for 2 plus the Otacon, but I do have to say, if you're SNC, you might be okay with that. It's not perfect. You lose your 0-5. Skarner becomes 0-6, so potentially a little less damaging and less transfer of gold. The Otacon doesn't feel good, but you're looking for anything right now if you're SNC, and that has now created a game in which you're down about 3K. So you did lose the Otacon. You haven't yet claimed the brand and Jin bounties, but it got you a little something. There is a path forward. You just have to find the next good opportunity.
Yeah, it's looking for that next moment, the next time. Do you see 700 gold shutdown here available on 129 on this brand? You have to imagine you're on the side of SNC. You're looking at brand. You're looking at Zoro. You're thinking, ooh boy, do I want that money. But maybe Terry is thinking, ooh boy, do I not want to see that on my screen. Just going to be able to walk away from that one.
Singed being Singed, and gives you a little information about where brand is on the map. So now if you're SNC, you're trying to look for Jin. Is there any way to get to him right now while we know where 2 of the other team members are?
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
A summoner has
See Grant.
Oh, a technical difficulty. Zoro disconnected.
Yep, the game is paused. All right.
That's really unfortunate. If you're, I think if you're a new league team there, you might have had a little catch on Skarner or Rakan if Jin is able to contribute some a deadly flourish from long range. But unfortunately, Zoro disconnects, and we'll have a little pause, and we'll sort that out and get the show on the road.
Yeah, we're gonna hang out. You know, we'll be here all night at this rate.
Really reflects the mood of a late night Game 5 banger, right? We've got a technical difficulty. We're all trying to keep focused and remember the things that we're doing and the teams we're talking about. And these teams are trying to find their way forward here in the evening hours.
Yeah, absolutely. Teams trying to, hold on to this series, hold on to their hopes, going up in the bracket against that terrifyingly looking 1 seed. Although not invincible, right? We did see that their blood has been spilt, for lack of a better term. Goat milk lifestyle. Part of the milk lifestyle brand, which I am a fan of, registered fan of, was Scrim partners with a goat milk, not goat milk, but a milk lifestyle team last split. They were absolutely wonderful. And then, but Hunters Association, certainly looking strong. Only dropped 2 games all season, never an entire series. Do I know anyone on that team? Not really.
Yeah, the statistics don't lie. 8-0 in the series and 17-2 overall with 89% win rate. Hunters Association has earned their 1 seed and displayed that strength in their first round matchup against Goat Milk Lifestyle. who've also had a very nice season. But there is a clear number one, and these two teams are battling for the right to show that the king can be toppled. We no titles have been awarded yet, Popoba. Right? You have to earn it. Your regular season standings are lovely, but now it's crunch time. You will be playing the series for your season. If you're either of these teams in the next round, it's really going to be a much harder road if you find yourself in the lower part of the bracket, right? And Hunters Association wants to maintain that aura of dominance, but you better believe that the team that emerges out of this series is battle tested and proven, and they have already experienced, they are experiencing it right now, what it feels like to play for those kind of stakes. Will that let them have the kind of mental focus and tenacity that might not be available to Hunters Association, having had such a strong and somewhat, let's say, easy from that standpoint of just winning so much? It feels easy when you're winning that much. Does that make you complacent? We'll have to find out in the next round. But first, we got to find out who will be meeting them.
Yeah, and hopefully, technical issue is resolved.
Do we have any information from the locker room about the source, the cause, the progress on the technical difficulty?
I have not seen any information regarding this pause.
Okay. Cool mystery pause. That's sometimes what happens.
We can maybe take a quick peek at the chat. That may be revealing.
Could be.
Is power ACDC, ADCDC.
Oh
It
no!
looks like it might be a power outage, which
Storm-related power outage, folks, which is, as all experienced League of Legends players know, a particularly devastating form of DC that you can't recover from very easily because it's completely outside your control, and it's not the kind of thing that usually comes back quickly.
it
You're
can.
talking, it can, but does it usually? Within a 5 to 10. What is okay? I now need your insight as an experienced hand in the LBLCS community. What is the rule on a DC length?
Well, the rule, as I understand it, which I do not believe has been changed this season, is simply put, each team gets 15 minutes of pause time. So we're running down the clock. There's about 8 minutes left for the side of, I believe it is SNC who had the DC. Or no, it's not.
It's Technology.
New league team.
It's
Zorro.
Oh.
Who had unfortunately 6-1 on this channel.
Oh.
And
Popoba.
it's the way it works in the rules. I believe I'd want to go back and double check them just to be entirely sure, but we do have time for that. Each team gets 15 minutes. Once that, what was that? I just heard a big bang outside of me. Maybe my power's gonna go out.
The storm is spreading quickly, everybody. Run outside and look up in the sky.
Yeah, everyone, just quickly make sure the apocalypse isn't happening around you.
Please give us some intel. If you see an apocalypse in your area, would you kindly report it in the chat?
Yeah, I would love to know. Yes, but essentially, Praetorsac is correct, as I have sort of been dancing around the rules. 15 minutes, and once it's up, you have to unpause and play out the game. The other team can donate some of their time to you if they would like, but that is their pause time, because as you can see on the screen, there's only 30 minutes of pause time allowed overall in a match. So...
Well, this now presents a phenomenal question to occupy us for the next 6 minutes and 30 seconds until the 15 minutes is up. If you are... Come on, chat. What do you got? if you're SNC, you're in game 5. You have an 0-6 scar. You are down 3K gold, 3 dragons. Are you donating some of your time so that a new league team can try to get the power back for Zoro so you can finish this series out with honor? Or are you taking the W and moving on immediately to the next round? Where are you at, Papoba? Where are you at, chat?
Uh, if it's me, if it's my team, I think we would almost always, I've been on the receiving side of technical difficulties and um, I've been the one having the technical difficulties. I've been the one on the other side, so the other team's having the technical difficulties. My overall plan would be I'm donating my time to as much as I can, unless one of my players is also like, hey, my power might go out, and then I'm like, we'll save some of it. But I still, usually it is in good sportsmanship in situations like this to donate your time if there is a possibility of the game coming back online. It seems like that in this instance may not be the case. In which instance it would just be an unpause and finish it out kind of thing. Ultimately, it is up to the team's discretion.
And Papoba, I would not fault them for one moment. And I understand the honorable course that you would follow, and I think honor is in this case a very admirable value, but it is a competitive enterprise, and the rules exist for a reason, and your discretion exists for a reason, and you've worked so hard all season to reach this point, and you've had a tough game. You've had the chance for the reverse comeback presented to you, and can they pass it up? Can you pass up that opportunity if you are SNC to just say, I'm so sorry. I know it's a tough beat, and I wouldn't have wanted it to end this way, but your time is up, and we're probably not going to win if we're not incredibly fortunate in the next, 10 minutes, right? We need to get this game back in order very quickly. If you're SNC, it's looking very challenging, and I would be very tempted, and I'm very interested to see which course they take as we approach the deadline of the first 15 minutes of pause time for new league team.
Yeah. It is getting down to the wire there. As, gosh, it is quite stormy outside.
Very interesting. So, what region are we talking about now?
I am in the Pacific Northwest, is what I will say, without doxing myself too heavily.
Exactly. No, we said Pacific, and Pacific Northwest is helpful. And I just, you wonder where Zorro is. Let's take a look at the weather map since we have a little time. Let's see what's happening out there in North America. Where could the big weather problem be?
I think there's a big swath of storms going across the U.S., if I'm not incorrect. There's the
Louisiana, Texas area is experiencing a lot of heavy weather.
Yeah, there's some stuff by St. Louis.
Moving north. Tennessee.
There's some stuff in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Oklahoma has a couple scattered thunderstorms as well.
And there's
could be Philadelphia.
Circular motion there in Oklahoma, which is always a little concerning.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at vortex type storms in the flatlands, and yes, the Pacific Northwest, right over Washington State, Seattle is getting a nice bit of something. Also, somewhat circular. Very interesting. I wonder if that's the remnants of something.
Toxing Zoro attempt number 1. Listen.
We've just talked about. Let's see, 100 million people live in the area we've just
Could
described.
be in Cuba, could be in Jamaica.
Yeah, I don't think we've come anywhere close to doxing Zorro. He's doing they are doing just fine.
Could be
We hope
playing
in
from
the
Japan.
Could be on the NA server, hanging out. It's a big wide world and lots of weather in it. Even the EU has a lot of little pockets of green and yellow crossing the continent. It's that turbulent season of late fall, right? Mid to late fall, would you say? October 26th.
Absolutely mid to late fall.
Seasons are changing, and gaming, we hope, will get to continue here. We're going to find out. We're approaching the decision time. Point. The decision time will arise for SNC to make a choice about whether and how much of their time they will extend to new league team in the hopes of reconnecting Zorro. If they're able to do that within whatever time is allotted, we'll have some more league. And if not, Popoba, my understanding is the game and the match are going to go to not CEO. Sure.
Well, they do have the option to unpause and play it out as 4. So we could see a pretty epic comeback. I mean, 129 has a lot of money. Like there is a world where they are still able to pull off the dub despite being in a 4v5. Now, is that world particularly likely? No.
Well, it buys you time, doesn't it, Popoba? You could get more time for the connection to be restored, the electricity to come back on in whichever corner of the world Zorro happens to be in. And that could be enough, because then Zorro's going to get catch-up experience. Will feel like a big factor coming back onto the Rift, sitting on right now a 650 gold bounty and 6 kills. It could be a totally viable approach if you're a new league team, to just buy time, use the lead you have right now to slowly fall back into your base, and contest what you can, and ultimately hope Zorro gets back online, which absolutely could happen. The storms we're seeing out there, other than in the Louisiana, Texas area, they're not look that bad. You could probably get it back online. Let's keep our fingers crossed that happens.
And we have sort of reached that point.
Do we have any reporting? Any intel?
I have no reporting or no intel.
Then the vamping continues. So, Popoba, how many waffles are left on the stack? Have we completely dispensed with the waffles? Or
I have eaten 1 waffle, so I've still got 5 hanging out over here.
Wow. And what's the fate of those waffles? Do you have further ambitions or designs on those waffles? Can you save a waffle and reheat it for breakfast?
Save the waffles, reheat for breakfast.
Yeah.
Probably the plan.
That's great. Yeah, I do think a nice reheated waffle is totally viable, right? With a little, maybe a little crisping in the toaster. Do you have, or maybe a broiler? Do you got a little heating element that could get you a little crispiness back to the structure of the waffle?
I like to throw them in the toaster.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A little Eggo,
Yeah, an Eggo situation.
Yeah, the microwave, you're gonna get soggy, completely floppy waffle, and that's just not on the same level. It doesn't give you that joy that crispy waffle gives you.
Yeah. It's not quite the same.
No.
As There's maybe a last-minute attempt here to figure out if maybe they could play tomorrow, if maybe they could play Monday. Looks like scheduling-wise, either of those things are really going to work.
It's just a brutal, if it goes down this way, it's a brutal way for it to end because it was such a great series. A strong 2-0 to start from new league team, looking just really dominant at points and leaving you wondering whether surely not CEO would have the fortitude to come back in game three. And instead, in game three, surely not CEO looked barely bothered by the preceding two losses, was incredibly dominant, just absolutely smashing down with the Jax and Sejuani combo in the jungle top lane, and really having no trouble at all, especially with Karma and Sivir in the bot lane. And then moving into game five, absolutely, or four, I mean, a torrid affair. We could barely get in a word edgewise, Popova. I mean, it was just constant mayhem, for about 10 minutes of the game. And it was so hard to discern who it was benefiting. But ultimately, it seemed to favor the surely not CEO early game advantage. They got that early game advantage. And yes, there were some struggles and losses in translating it into the later game, but they didn't give back all of it and were able to find those enormous late game plays, including the explosive 4v5 Baron take in game four. I mean, it was a really fantastic series. And it is so disappointing if it ends this way, because we had what looks like right now a very strong performance again coming from new league team after dropping 2 games, after going up to series point, now finding themselves perhaps on the verge of securing the game 5 and the right to move on to take on the current Hunters Association #1 seed. And instead we're thrown into this murky, uncertain land of storm-related disconnects and timers and rescheduling, and it's just it's too bad if it goes down that way. But we'll have a ruling at some point. We'll have a decision. And hats off to both of these teams for putting on an incredible show while they were able to do so. It's been a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, it's that time to hit that unpause, as remaining time does belong to S&C in case they have a technical issue. Yeah, there's unfortunate scheduling issues as well because, unfortunately, the result of this game determines who plays in the next round of playoff, and we can't really have a hold up on that. That goes too far, because then that would hold up the entirety of playoffs, extending out into the late season. And oftentimes, the issue is that if we go too late, we schedule the LBLCS pretty intentionally, and we try to make sure we avoid the new season changes with our finals. Now, we haven't always avoided that. There were some seasons where finals were played on a completely new version of Summoner's Rift. It has happened before. But for the most part, as we have the traditional post-boss pause, we try to keep it, on the inside edge of that track. So we also then run the risk of, if playoffs go too long, you start getting into a potential risky area for, running into that particular eventuality of when they decide to put all of the preseason changes into the game and have it, drastically alter how everyone experiences the game.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense, but what can you do? And this is, unfortunately, the chaotic reality that is life on the planet Earth. You can't control everything. You do your very best. You plan as much as you can, and sometimes fate and chance have a say. And at the moment, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the random chaos that can insert itself into a live human event transpiring. Zoro out of the game while SNC tries to use this moment to its maximum advantage. All of a sudden, you are a 5v4 for the foreseeable future.
Red, Colin, though, they're going to go ahead and try and take this Baron anyway. 129, still very strong.
That's right. And so now you have to commit as SNC to some course of action. It doesn't mean you have to take this Baron. You do need to commit to something that gives you some massive advantage in that 5v4 scenario.
They look like they might be forced to pull off here as they're being collapsed on from all sides. Being collapsed on from all sides, they might be able to commit to one side or another. 129 to be throwing out that damage, and it's looking pretty decent. It's now going to be 3 versus 2. Wild Terry has a health bar. Corki making their way into the fight. Netology able to pick one up. Corki being able to pick one up as well. As a little bit of a panic flash there, but ultimately, SNC are going to flip heads on that fight. 5 seconds until this Infernal Drake spawns. They're going to pick up that mid turret. They're likely going to look for that dragon as well.
They're going to do that and more, Popova, but it's absolutely... It was a scary moment for me right there. I really thought they had gone just a little too early. I thought SNC had set up what was going to be a total 4v4 that might have gone the way of New League Team because of that pre-existing advantage that is there, just there for the moment before Zoro disconnected for the game. But fortunately, very fortunately, it was timed just right where Corky's able to get there and be the 5th fresh reserve coming in to clean up all remaining members of the New League Team, and that's the outcome you feared if you were the side of New League Team when you found out you had to continue on in this 4v5 scenario. It raises the question of whether taking that Baron fight is the right way to navigate this new disadvantage. It's so hard to fathom how you're feeling right now if you're a New League Team. You were exactly where you wanted to be in this Game 5. You had done all the things. You got huge gold onto your carries of Brand and Jin, and you were ready to just close this series out. Now you have the 4v5, and you have had 20 minutes to think about what is before you, 30 minutes almost, and the election to go for the Baron right away. I understand it, I get it. I would have liked to see a little more caution and reserve. Recognize that you are down a team member. Give Jin time to get back. Give yourself a chance to fight under turret. You know you're going to have to give some things 4v5 while you're waiting for Jin to return. So I don't know if I love going immediately for a big objective that shredded assists.
Yeah. This is potentially a 4v4 as we do see Singe pushing in the bot lane. And again, as we have unpaused, there is a slight possibility that Zoro could get their power back on and rejoin the game.
We hope for that. We pray for that.
We do pray
for
that.
All want. Nobody wants. First of all, we hope Zoro's okay, and I hope everything's all fine. It's just a line down somewhere, right? Mm-hmm. But you also want to see the competitive integrity respected here, right? We all want the correct result of the 5v5, whether that meant New League Team was going to go on to win the game, or whether that meant SNC would have found a way with the 5 to get the game going back in their direction. We all want to see that. That's what we came for. And it's just, unfortunate that right now, New League Team has a new, very big challenge.
The suppression coming out here through onto Balzac, but it's not going to mean too much. Netology looking to be the back end of that as Grant's going to be forced to flash away, but the Soul might be enough damage. It's just barely not going to be enough. Now, 4 people. That's going to be a nice seismic shove. Terry, very tanky, but taking a lot of damage. Balzac going to be looking as the extra resistances are granted by the Galio going in. Good Samaritan now hopping in on that Weaver's Wall, but so far no one has quite died. And Netology has the execute. Now Balzac going to be looking for the damage onto Netology. Corky going to be looking to help deal it back. And that is going to be a killing spree for the mid laner of SNC.
Yeah, I just, you feel bad for a new league team not able to do a lot out on the map with any security. I kind of want them to just turtle up a little bit. You're gonna have to sack a lot. You need to compress your advantages. Whatever gold lead you have needs to be compressed into a tight area under some tower that you control, so that you can try to obviate, the balance counter the whole extra champion that is available to SNC. You're not gonna be able to get there.
Grant looking to stun 129 up against the wall there. He's going to be able to find it. 129 going to be CC'd. Going to be able to throw down a little bit of that damage. Just Good Samaritans can fall as well. Big Purple Wern going to be on the menu here for SNC next.
Well, down goes the Baron, and the resets will come out, and the gold will be spent, and now the gold will be spent. And if you're SNC, you want to just group up, use your numbers advantage. You have all this extra heft in the game. You have the Baron. You have 3 grubs. It's time to assert that advantage. Now, you could have a sense of fair play, suggesting that, well, we're going to let new league team buy a little time to have Jim back, and so we'll play it
Death
like...
Rush.
There's not enough damage there, Popoba.
No, I know, but if they don't get detected, which they are going to be detected here now by Grant, so just going to be careful. I mean, Balzac does do a fair amount, as these are going to be some tentacles slamming on through. It's not going to be able enough to get Grant down just yet, but Balzac's still going to be alive for now, as is Rexy. Going to hop over that wall, still staying alive, but that's a double kill now for Netology. 129 trying to do the damage, is just going to walk into the enemy squad. Triple kill for Netology as 129 gets picked up, and you have to imagine they might just be looking for a quick end here.
You kind of get the sense, Popoba, that both teams are just ready to be done. It doesn't feel like anybody's really trying to play for the longer game. There's an effort to just play like we've been playing until we're 5v5. See how, nice cap. Of course, too many other bodies left, and with the cooldowns long at this stage, we're going to see a quick take of the turrets. We're going to see a quick take of the Nexus, and the series, after an incredible evening of wild and unpredictable events, goes to surely not CEO, moving on in the LBLCS playoffs.
They absolutely will be. It's been real. It's been fun. It's been mostly real fun. Obviously, you gotta feel bad for that ending to the series. The worst possible outcome at the end of that. Not obviously not Shirley, not CEO winning. Love that for them. They worked very hard for it. They came back 2 games. They came back 3 games when they were down the first 2. So incredible mental fortitude from them. But obviously, we would prefer if there wasn't the additional interference, unfortunately, coming out from the weather. Freaking weather. As
weather.
If you want to vape for time, I'm going to look for some League of Legends streamers. I'm not seeing any of the other leagues going right now. So I'm thinking we do the thing where we find someone who has like 5 viewers and we just ship them a bunch of folks.
Nice. Yeah, be generous. We do a little raid. It's been a great evening League of Legends action here in the LBLCS CEO postseason. A very strong 4-game series from both teams. 2 games over to the new league team, and then 2 games to surely not CEO coming back almost in a position to complete or ultimately does complete the reverse sweep. But of course, the major technical difficulty in Game 5 takes a new league team lead and quickly turns it into the series-ending loss. A very tough break for them, but all is not lost. The lower half of the bracket remains. Plenty of opportunity there to advance and to come find either this team or the Hunters Association in a later round of the playoffs. So the opportunity remains, and I have every expectation that new league team is going to be formidable in their next matchup.
Yeah. Good luck to them in the bracket. I have found someone who has 1 viewer. Looks like they may still be streaming for a bit, so we're gonna go ahead and hit them up. And it's been fun casting with you. Drift. Brain. Hang on. Mouth. Drift. And why don't you go ahead and take us out with your classic catchphrase?
Guys, it's been guys and gals, everybody. The League of Legends low budget LCS. It's so much fun being with you all and calling some amazing action. Papoba, it was my honor to share waffle time and game time with you. It was a blast, and let's go share the love with our fellow Twitch streamers out there. GG, well played.
Drift. And why don't you go ahead and take us out?